Thank you. Someone messaged something. Is it okay? I am audible, right? Hello.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Is it feeble or is it normal? Let me check my. Okay. So my this thing is correct. Fine. All right. So today we will talk about the collection of values that can be handled in Python. So when we talk about a collection of values, the first thing that we should talk about is something called as strings. Okay. So, yes, yesterday we have just seen the definition of strings, right? Today we will look into what do you call the different properties that strings exhibit in Python. All right. So, what we have understood as the definition of strings, we have learned that anything written within single quotes or double quotes, or there is something called as triple quotes. Okay, or triple double quotes. Okay, anything written in these kind of quotes is a string. The triple quoted strings carry additional, what do you call, features, but we'll talk about them later, right? Let's talk about just the strings for now. So anything written within double quotes or single quotes is a string, be it a number, as we have seen yesterday, be it, what do you call, true, a boolean, or be it false, as we have seen yesterday, or I mean, none, as we have seen yesterday. Anything written within a single quotes, or I mean, within quotes, is a string. Now, what do you understand by the term string? Strings are nothing but collection of characters, right? So whenever we say collection of characters, which means it is not just one value, but a collection of values. Because you can have a string where your variable is A and that can store B within quotes. Python will understand that since this is written within quotes, it is the value, and you see the equal to symbol, this is an assignment operator, and hence Python understands that, okay, this value should be pointed by this variable. Okay, Python understands that this is a variable and this is a value. All right. Now, whenever we talk about collection of values, we have to understand that the concept of relative addressing gets introduced. So what is relative addressing? We will talk about it. But until here, are there any questions so far? Until the definition of strings and understanding of the existence of strings. All right. If there are no questions over there, let us talk about the relative addressing. Why do you think we should have the concept of relative addressing? Hmm? Why do you think we should have the concept of relative addressing? Because we have seen yesterday, whenever we invoke Python, It takes the RAM and divides into two halves. The same story yesterday. Value heap and variable heap. Correct? Now, when we are saying name is equal to Python, a very bad name. However, whenever we are saying name is equal to Python, it is creating a variable, the name, putting the name in the variable heap, and it is creating collection of values and say Python, right? Now, in these collection of values, so when we say A is equal to 5, what it does is it puts the value in the value heap and the variable in the variable heap and simply makes it point the value. Simple as that. But here in this case, our variable is okay there in just one memory location, but our data, our value is existing in multiple memory locations. In this case, our name should point to which value? Anybody? In this case, our name should point to which value? Okay. Our name variable will point to the first value in the collection. Or simply speaking, the address of the first character of the string is stored along with the variable name here, somewhere here. Okay. And then the address of the second character is stored in the first character's memory address. And then the third character's memory address location is stored in the second character. And so on. And so on, it goes till the last character. And this, and how does Python understand that this is the final character? It understands by looking at the address for the next character, and there will be none. Right?
Yeah.
And similarly, it realizes, okay, the collection has concluded. Any questions in understanding this part so far?
So after the last character, you said it will recognize what? As it
Okay. This character does not store any other address to go to, right?
oh yeah, yeah.
And hence it is the last concluding character, right?
Yes. That's how it recognizes
So
the end of the characters. Okay.
end of the collection,
Okay.
right? Now, fine. Where is the relative addressing part here? Now we will talk about it. Now we understand how the data is being stored internally, right? Now let's get to the more human or an abstract way of understanding this abstracted layer where each memory address locations are group of characters, right? Like multiple numbers they contain. Yesterday we have seen about 8 to 10 numbers will represent one memory address location,
Correct.
right? And remembering all that for humans is difficult again at the end of the day. It's our convenience that we created all these programming languages, right?
Mm-hmm.
And hence, what we have come up with is something called as index. Okay. Now, index is what that is handling the relative addressing part for us, which means the name variable our variable is directly pointing to the first character in the collection. Correct? And
Correct.
hence, The relative address of the first character with respect to name is 0.
Mhm.
Any questions? Right. So whenever you say name, it can directly jump to this character, the first character, and then processes the other characters and prints us the value that is stored in this variable. Okay. Which means name, understand this convention, of 0 is your P.
Three.
What is name of 1?
Point.
Right. Name of 2?
T. Then
Right. Implies, okay, indexes in Python's strings happen from 0 till, if the total number of characters the variable is referring to is n,
n minus
then the
1.
indexes will go from 0 till n minus 1. Any questions here?
Yep. Looks good.
Okay. Now, to get, okay, let us say we have a big, very large string. We don't know the number of characters it has in it, right? How to get the number of characters or number of elements the variable is referring to? You have a function, a built-in function called as len, that to which you can pass the variable name, len of name, and this will return the value for n should you want it. Here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Len will return 6. If n is equal to 6, then the indexes of this name will go right from 0 till 5, n minus 1. Any questions, anybody? All right. Now, Python has another feature. Okay. We have seen relative addressing, right? Now, Python has another feature called as reverse indexing. Okay. So, what is this reverse index? From the last character, we can go to the first character. Right. The reverse indexes are handled by, which means at the end of the day, when you say uh, name of -1, okay, name of -1, when you say it, the Python realizes that, okay, in this variable, okay, in this variable, he is talking about the last character or the last element this variable is having. Okay. And starts, sorry,
No, so it will that particular n is assigned as -1.
right,
Okay.
right. So it starts from here. I mean, it realizes whenever we say negative indexing or reverse indexing,
Okay.
it does is starts from the last character, and hence it will print n. What is name of -2?
That should be O, right?
Yes. Name of -6?
Yeah. P.
Right. Now, implies, what do we understand by this? The regular or positive indexes,
Go with 0 to n-1, but
yes, go from 0 to n-1, but the negative indexes go from n, like, sorry,
minus.
-1 till -n. Any questions here? All right, if no questions, let us establish or validate whatever we have seen so far. Clear all drawings, close this. Right, all right. Okay, let's get into the Python interpreter and create our name variable saying name is equal to Python. Okay, so name of 0. What should the result be?
P.
P. Name of 5. What should the result be? Uh,
N.
Right. Name of -6. What should the result be?
P.
Name of -1.
The N. It should show N. Yeah.
Established?
Yes.
So we have learned how to create strings and fetch characters, individual characters or characters at a given index from the string, right? And here the point is, whenever you are passing the index value to the variable, okay, whenever you are passing index value, you need to use square brackets and pass the index value. Okay, a simple observation to make.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Now, can someone tell me how can we loop over? Okay, individually, how to get these values? We have learned how to get those values iteratively. Any idea, anybody?
So we use like for loop.
Yes, iteratively. Okay, let's use both methods, while
While
and for. Okay, can someone tell me how can we do that using the while loop? Okay, let me
while
show you one example.
yeah.
I'll create one variable, index variable. I want to start this variable to start from 0, right? Because we want the index to go from 0 till n-1.
Mhm.
Now, how can we get n?
Length of the string.
Beautiful, right? Name is equal to, right. So now what we will do is while I is less than n. Am I correct? N is a total number of characters or total number of characters in the string, right?
Yeah.
Which means if this is 5, if n is 6, we want I to go only till 5 because we are starting I from 0. Am I correct? Let us print I and make sure that whatever we are saying or we are talking about is true. Let's print I and print name of I. Okay. And then let us increment I by 1. And this should be it. Which means let us understand what is happening in this loop. Okay. My first condition is I'm starting I at 0 because I want from the 0th index, right? And n is the total number of elements in this variable. Agree with those 2 points so far?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Now what we are doing is while, which means as long as I is less than n. I value is 0, n value is 6 in this situation, right? Now my 0 is less than 6 or not.
Yes.
Is 0 less than 6? Yes, true, right? And hence it will come inside the block, executes this statement, and I mean prints these two values, and then it does this. What is this? We are incrementing I by 1, which means we are saying I is equal to I plus 1. Am I correct?
Yes.
Which means after the execution of this line, what is the value of I now?
After the first iteration,
Yes, after executing this line
yeah, it
in
will
the
be
first iteration,
1.
1. Right? Now it will go back to the while condition and checks is 1 less than n. Is 1 less than 6?
Yes, that's true.
Right. Which means it will iterate over or loop over these statements as long as until I is equal to 5. Which means when I is equal to 5 also, this condition is true. Right?
Mhm.
And like when, what is the value at name of 5? Name, I mean at index 5? Okay.
5 is O, right?
No, where
No,
are we
no.
starting our index?
Oh, yeah. 0, 1, 2, 3, N.
Right, which means that is the last character.
Yes.
Right, after that, I becomes 6.
Yes.
Right, now is 6 less than n? Is 6 less than 6?
No.
False.
False, right? And exits out of the loop, which means our program should work, right? Any
Yes.
questions?
No.
Python space constructs of python.py and forget about this thing. But why? Do we have print statements above? Oh, sorry, my bad. I did not, my bad. My is just the bad. We need to move to a different directory, which is cd ls minus l. What I did since yesterday night till now is cd. I moved our code file to Google Drive, right? Now cd allow ls minus l. Okay, cd my drive, cd constructs of Python, cd bootcamp ls minus l, and yes, control F. Okay, right. Now when we say Python space constructs of python.py, and we have 0, we have printed 0. When I is 0, the value printed is p. When I is 1, the value printed is y. When I is 2, the value printed is t. When I is 3, value 4, I is 4, value h. When I is 4, value o, I is 5, value n. Done?
So again, what we are doing, Gautam, sorry, my bad. Just quick update. Can you just
So we are
overview
iterating over, we are fetching the values from a collection iteratively.
And why we are doing this? Because we want to know the pointers, like where is P, Y, or just want to play, we want to just identify the
Different
positions.
methods of, no, we are looking at different methods of fetching values from a given collection. So once we know that, where to use it, how to use it is all up to us.
Right. Okay. Okay. So you're saying P is in first position, Y is in second position, kind of thing.
Right.
That length, then later we can use some functions. Okay. Okay. Got it.
Right.
Okay. Good. 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 Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any questions in this part?
No.
So if this is clear, let us use the same while loop and print the characters in reverse. Now, can someone help me with the code for that? So when we want to print the characters in reverse, what should my first I value be? Initial I value?
-1.
Beautiful. We already have our n, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
Now we need to do our loop. While, now can someone tell me the condition?
Um, so it goes, so because it goes -1 to -6, and we need to come
Right.
out of the loop after -6. So I less than,
Okay,
no,
-1 is less than -6 or greater than -6?
greater than -6, right?
Yes.
So I greater than n minus n, yeah, because we don't have the length of the name in negative, so we need to put -n.
Right. Print. Exactly. And print name of I. These two lines do not change. Now, what is the modification we need to make in this line?
So we need to do I minus equal to 1,
Beautiful.
because we need to redo my
Reduce it.
subtract.
Right. Okay. Shall we run this and check? Let me command that out. What happened here? When I became -6, it exited. But we want -6 also, right?
Okay, so we need
What
to put
modification should we do?
minus n minus 1.
Equal to, less greater than or equal to
Oh,
is
yeah,
enough, right?
good is enough.
Right. When I is -1, we have sorry. When I is -1, we have n, -2, we have 0. When -3, we have h. When -4, we have t. When -5, we have y. -6, p. Any questions, anybody? The forward indexing and negative indexing or reverse indexing. Okay. All right. Now let us look at, we have the next topic where we are fetching one value at a time from the dictionary, or I mean from this collection, right? Let us fetch. How can we do? Let us say we have name is equal to Python. Okay. From these characters, let us say I want only T and H, but I want both T and H together at once. Not T in one iteration and H in one iteration. In other words, I want a slice of this collection.
Mhm.
Okay. And hence, the method that we are going to look at is called as slicing. Slicing on collections. So, and how can we do that? Is we say the name just like usual, and we use the same square brackets. Okay. Whenever we are using indexes, we will be using what do you call square brackets right after the variable name. Okay. Right. After this, now we want values at index. What are the indexes? What is the index for T?
Um, 2,
Sorry, 2.
0, 1, 2. Yeah.
Right. And to tell that I want so many characters until the next given index, or this is called as the start index. Okay. We need to provide stop index also, right?
Mhm.
Those two values must be separated by something called as a colon. And my stop index will be, since, okay, T is at 2, H is at 3. If I write 2 is to 3, just like in our range method, it will go until 3, but it will not fetch the value at the index 3. And hence, we must say 2 to 4, which means go till O, but I don't want O. I want only T and H. The first index value is inclusive of it. Include the value at this index, but exclude the value at this index. That is what we are trying to tell here. Any questions? And hence, when we print this, it prints T and H. Of course, the string.
Okay.
Any questions so far?
No.
All right. Let us validate this first. Uh, we don't need this for now. What we'll do is name of 2 colon 4. Got it. Any questions? Anybody? All right. If I say name of 1 to 5, what are the characters I will be printing?
YTHON. All characters except the P, right?
What is the value at character 5, at index 5?
0, 1, 2, 3, 4. N, right?
Right. So is the stop value inclusive value or an exclusive value? I mean, excluded. The first index will be included, but the second index will be excluded, is what we have learned, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
When we
Okay.
when we said 2 comma 4, I mean 2 colon 4, what is the value at index 4?
Okay, so it didn't print the O, it printed only T and H. So it will exclude the last number. Okay.
Right. Which means we will get from YTHO. Very similar to our range function yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
if you could remember and relate. Okay, right. Now, when we said it's very similar to the range function yesterday, what are the attributes accepted by the, or the, what are the parameters accepted by the range function? Start, comma,
The end
stop, comma,
and the step. Okay.
right. Similarly, our slicing operator, whatever we are seeing here, is called as the slicing operator. Okay, the colon, I mean the square brackets with colons in between is called as slicing operator. Now the slicing operator also can take 3 arguments, where the first is start, just like range, the second is stop, and the third is step. Okay, now what do you think will happen when we say uh, name of this thing, name of column, but we write no, we give no value? What do you think will be the output of this error?
So 2 colons.
Yeah, 2 columns. We have
So
learned in the range function that start has a default value and the step also. So did step, right?
mhm.
What is the start value for range function? Default start value for range function?
Like you mean 0
0. Default step value for the range function?
is 1.
Right. All we have to define is the stop value, correct?
Okay.
But because range can be infinite, it can, you can generate a like infinite range of values, correct?
Mhm.
Practically, not literally though. But the string, or I mean any other collections, are finite, in the sense we know where, how many number of characters the name Python has in it, right?
Mhm.
And hence The default value for start in the slicing operator is 0. The default value for step in the slicing operator is 1. And the default value for stop in the slicing operator is n plus 1. Because there is no character, the character at the position n plus 1 will not be collected, will not be printed.
Okay.
Because this number is exclusive, we have to go a little beyond. My bad, actually it's n only. When we do the reverse indexing, it should be there. Okay. Since we are starting at 0, we have to go all the way till n. Got confused?
Um,
For example,
so,
let us say
okay.
name of, I will write this thing and put 2 columns. What is the default value for the start?
Is 0.
Right. Default value for stop?
That will be 6.
Right. Default value for step?
1.
1. Which means then this operator will fetch all the values right from 0 till 5, right?
Yes.
And indexes run from 0 till n minus 1. And
Yeah, because
hence
it will
n is the
exclude that stop number, the number at
stop. Right.
okay. It will be interesting to see how the reverse indexing will work. Because you're not planning anything, right?
Yes, we will get there. All right. So when we say nothing here, and we try to print this, voila, we got our Python.
Mm.
Any questions? Anybody?
Good.
Sorry?
No, good, good. No, no
All right.
questions.
All right. Now, as you have asked, uh, how to print characters or get the slice of this variable name in the reverse order. Okay, let us forget about the default values for now and look at if we have to mention values, indexes, how can we do so? So what is the first character that we want to start with to print the characters or to print this variable in reverse?
-1.
Yes, we want to start with -1. Okay, and we want to go till what number?
-n.
Minus of n plus 1. Because -6, the character will not be coming, right? And we have a value at -6.
Yeah. Okay, okay, okay.
Right. And what should be the step value here?
-1.
Beautiful. Right? Now let us look at this thing for now. Let's write -1 minus of n plus 1 and -1. Okay. Now this should print these characters as no tip. Python in reverse. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did we do that?
Yes.
Right. Now, things are actually even more simpler in this area. Okay. So while printing characters in reverse, when we want to print the characters in reverse, what should be the default start value?
Minus
Hello?
1.
-1. And what should be the default last stop value?
Minus n.
Which means somehow these
That's what.
two need not be given to the computer, right?
Right.
Should not, yeah. Which means as long as we give the step value as -1, it should implement the very same thing that we have written here.
Correct.
Am I correct? Which means name of is to -1 should be equal to or equivalent of name of -1 colon minus of n plus 1 colon -1. Excuse me, isn't it so? Because these two are default values.
Mm-hmm. So compared to the other one, which is n by default, here, based on the step that we are asking, it will recognize to put it as minus.
Exactly. Exactly. Perfect. As long as we leave all the blanks, I mean spaces blank there, it does the positive indexing and positive slicing. And as long as and when you say -1 here, it simply reverses the string.
And then uses also the different start and stop values. Okay.
Yes, it'll take care of that.
Yeah.
Let us establish whatever we have learned here. What we will do is we will just mention is to -1. And let me comment this. Got it?
Mm.
Any questions, anybody in forward indexing, reverse or negative indexing, and forward slicing and reverse slicing? Nope. All right. If there are no questions there, let us get into the next topic. Since we have learned how to fetch values from a string, how to create a string, we have dealt with both the aspects, right? Now, we have seen one method for reversing a string, which is to -1. Now, let us look at some built-in methods in the strings, right? Before we talk about the built-in methods also, I want to give you two mantras in Python. As long as you are aware of how to use these two mantras, you can practically claim that you know Python. Okay. Now, what are the two mantras? One, the dir function and the help function. Okay. Okay. So what does these functions do? Okay. The dir function or the directory function, this will take an argument. Okay. This will take an argument. Let us say, we are passing our name as an argument. Okay. What is the type of this value first? What is the type of name? Here we have defined it as Python, right? So what is the type of name?
String, right?
String. Or in Python's terms, it is str.
Yeah.
Okay. Which means when you pass in this variable name to this function, what this does is it looks at this object, the string object, and prints and returns, okay, and returns all the methods or methods available on strings. For example, you don't know what are the built-in methods in a string. Okay, we are not talking about the built-ins that we have talked about yesterday. We're not talking about them. Now you have a string object. Okay. Now that object has certain methods in it, right? And we want to know what are the methods in that string object, how to fetch those methods, or how to learn about those methods, what methods are existing in the first place, is by using the dir function. Okay. Whenever, now this is a convention, whenever we are saying or we are calling out the word method, means we should always call such objects using the object name, basically. For example, name dot method. This is the general convention, the way, I mean, for the way we can call whatever we are talking about as methods. Okay. Whenever we said the name object or the string object is carrying certain methods, those methods are callable only using the object name or object variable name. Might sound a little confusing, but let me know if you want me to repeat what I said. We will look at some examples now. Okay.
So, so if you put like dir of name, then it will list all the methods of the that is related to that string,
Right.
like which things that we could manipulate or operate on that particular string.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes. Now let us say we have learned that there is a method called as method 1 on
Mhm.
strings, right? But we don't know how to use this method 1, right? In that case, what we have to do is we will take the help of the help function and we will pass name dot method 1 without the parenthesis. We will not use the parenthesis here when we are passing it to the help function. And this function will give us, uh, I mean, the string or the text that tells us how to use this method. Okay. And hence the dir function and the help function are enough to claim that we understand Python, as long as we have the basic understanding of the philosophy of Python. Any questions so far? Now what we will do is learn about the different built-in methods in Python. Okay. Python. Let us say name is equal to dir of name. Now, when it comes to here, these are all the different methods available on Python. I mean strings. Let us say we create another name. Name2 is equal to Rosam. Okay. When you say dir of name2 also, it will return the same methods. Because,
So,
yeah,
what is the first few things that it is printing?
those are called as magic methods.
Okay.
We don't have to bother about them as of now.
Okay.
Those are for internal usage of the strings objects.
But we could still use it in the code, or
We don't have to use it, but if you want to use it, there are ways of if you want to manipulate the behavior of strings
okay.
for your own project, then
Mm-hmm.
you can play with these.
Okay.
Right. As long as it is strings that you are dealing with, name2 and name normal name both exhibit the same properties because both belong to same objects. Any questions here? Now let us look at the first method, capitalize. Name dot capitalize is a method. Let us imagine we don't know how to use this method. What we will do, we'll go there, say help and capitalize. And this is returning the text. Help on built-in function capitalize. Return a capitalized version of a given string. More specifically, make the first character have uppercase and the rest lowercase. That is what it does. Okay. Now let us check, which means when we do name dot capitalize, the first character should be of uppercase and the rest remaining in lowercase. And we should be getting that string. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Did we do that?
Yeah.
Let us look at the upper. We have name dot upper. What this method does is it converts every character to uppercase. Okay. Okay. Now let us say we have the word Rosam. We want to know how many times the character S is repeating, right? For that we can do name2 dot count of S. Any questions? There are many other methods and you can use those methods. You can learn about those methods by yourself. Okay. Right. Now, we have just while we started this session, we have mentioned that strings, the triple quoted strings have special capabilities or special features in Python, right? Now let's talk about the triple quoted strings and their features. The first feature of triple quoted strings is they can be multi-line strings. Which means the regular strings that we create with single quotes or double quotes, okay, cannot span to multiple lines. If you want to create a multi-line string, then we need to create triple quoted strings. That is one feature. Any questions there? All right, if no questions there, the second feature. Now, whenever we just learned, when we said help of a function or a method or something, it gave us with some help text, right? That help text is also called as doc strings. Okay, and the triple quoted strings can be used or considered as doc strings for our functions. Okay, let us look at this example, both example in one go. Any questions? Let us look at both the examples in one go. Okay, we have this method, right? What we will do is, let us create a triple quoted string here. And we write this method takes variable number of arguments and calculates the sum of all the values passed to the function and checks if the student has passed or failed in the test. Okay, this is the help text or the doc string that we have created for this function, right? What we will do is, let us outside of this function here, what we will do is print help on get marks. Help on function get marks in for the module. Get marks star args. This method takes variable number of arguments and calculates the sum of all the values passed to the function and checks if the student has passed or failed in the test. Got that? Hello? We have created multi-line string and we have used that as a doc string for this function.
Oh, okay. So it's just listing our own
No,
created function, and then we added that,
yes,
and we can actually, it will tell you the help. Okay.
yes. and that is if you observe in production environment in real-time industries, people always ask you to, whenever you write a function, leave a doc string there, so that the user or the person who is going to maintain the code will be able to understand what your function is all about.
Okay.
This is how we can create doc strings. Right? All right. Now let us talk about something called as lists. Okay, let's get into the next topic, which is listus. We have seen the first data collection or collection of data called as strings. And similarly, there are other data collections that exhibit similar properties to that of strings. Excuse me. Similar properties to that of strings. 1 second. Now, what are the similar properties that these other data collections exhibit that are similar to that of strings? Something called as lists and tuples. Why am I laying this out? Is we will look into lists and tuples now, but why am I laying this out is because this makes things way easier and simpler to understand, because we can infer whatever we have learned, or we can uh, extend whatever we have learned on strings to these data structures also. And those are the indexes. The way indexes are defined on strings is just the way the indexes are defined on both lists and tuples. And which means whenever we say uh, a list of 2:5, we get values from the list at index from index 2 till 4, which means 2, 3, 4. These three values will be returned. Okay, the same properties of indexes that are existing on strings exist even on lists. Okay, laying that out, what we will do now is let us understand what are lists. Right. Today is a Sunday. How many of you have done your grocery shopping? I did it from my home though. Nevertheless, the example
Okay.
is usable. Anybody did your grocery shoppings today, or
Nope.
left it for tomorrow?
Tomorrow,
Okay,
yes.
fine. So whenever you do your grocery shopping, you create,
A list.
yes, of objects that you want to buy, right? And they will not, be of a particular type. You will add any type of element, any type of object to that list, right? And lists in Python are also very similar. One definition is that you must create lists using square brackets. Okay? Lists are nothing but the elements defined within square brackets are called as lists. Okay? For example, let us say a grocery list, and this is a list that contains, you have opened your square bracket. My square is a little curvy. Please don't mind, but let me try. Yes, as close as I can get. Okay, grocery list. Milk, eggs, and what do you call, say, produce similarly, you can have lists in and so on. Okay. These three are strings here, right? But in practicality, lists can contain any kind of value in them. For example, random list. If we say 164.98, 3 plus 4j, Python, true, and none. All of these values are legal when it comes to lists in Python. And similarly, all of these values are legal when it comes to tuples in Python. The difference between lists and tuples is you use parentheses for creating tuples and square brackets for creating lists, which means I can say random tuple and then 164.98, 3 plus 4j, Python, false, and none. This is also legal. Any questions, anyone? Then what is the difference between lists and tuples? We will get there. Clear on this part so far? Okay. The difference between lists and tuples are precisely lists are modifiable. But tuples are not modifiable. Okay. The modifiable or not modifiable has a special name in Python called as mutable and immutable. Any questions, anybody? Now, what is modifiable, not modifiable, or mutable or immutable mean? It means that you can add values to a list and remove values from a list. Okay. It basically precisely means you can add or remove values from a list, but you cannot do those operations on, you don't have those operations on tuples. Okay. Any questions? Okay. If no questions, then let us look at the different ways of adding and removing values from lists. All right. I'll go into Python in the interactive mode and do this demonstration. My random list, a very bad name, but nevertheless does the job for now. And I'm not sure if I can say this. Don't quote me on this, but apparently you all have heard of the company called as S&P, right? S&P Global that gives us the S&P 500 index.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Right, right. Apparently they have a file, a Java file, Java file that has a class called as my class in it. And no one is daring to change the class name now because they don't know in how many places that class has been used. So, yeah, people do random things, but that's a bad practice. Okay, now let's come back to our random list. This thing, let's create 64.98 and 3 plus 4j and Python. And what is the other thing that we thought of? Yes, true and none. Okay. Now, when I say my random list of 0, what is the value that I will get? Or I should get? Hello.
1, right?
When I say -1,
None.
since it is none, it is not printing anything. If you want to print that value, then what we will say is my random list of -1.
Mhm.
Okay.
So it can be
Now, when I say my random list of 2:5, so what will be the values that will be printed? What is the
everything
value at index 2?
2, 3, 4. Yeah. 3 plus 4, 4j.
Uh-huh.
Uh, next is 3, 4, Python and true.
Yes. 2, 3, and 4. This will not be printed. Got it?
Yes.
All right. Now, how to add values? Okay, before adding values, what we will do is dun, 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 dun. Yes. I will just change my variable name to tuple and the brackets to parenthesis. Okay. And now I will do the same thing. Tuple of 0. What should be the value?
L is missing. So
Yeah.
yeah, 1, right?
Yes. Whenever you are passing index, remember that you should use square brackets. Tuple of -1. Nothing.
Won't print anything. Yeah.
Yeah. Any questions so far?
No.
Okay. All right. If no questions, then let us jump into adding values to lists and all. Now, before doing that adding value to a list or something, how to find the methods available on lists?
Dir of list.
My
Or
random list, our variable name.
yeah.
Okay, right.
Yep.
Now we have three ways in which we can add values to a list, called as append, extend, and insert. Okay. Now let us understand what does the append do. Append adds values to the end of the list. Okay, which means we have our my random list, this thing, right? Now I want to add my random list dot append of, let us say I want to do Rosam. Okay, and I will hit enter. Now let us print my random list. Has the Rosam been added? Hello?
Yes.
Right. Now there is another method called as extend. When do we use extend and when do we use append? Whenever we want to add singular or singleton items, right, or single value, whenever we want to add a single value, we must use append. Whenever we want to add a collection of values, let us say my random tuple. Okay, if you want to add my random tuples, the values in the my random tuple to the random list, okay, then we must use extend. My random list dot append of my random tuple. Let us check how this will add first. By using append, what this will do is the whole, what do you call, data structure tuple will be added as a one element, which means after Rosam there will be comma and there will be this whole with the brackets mentioned there, and that will be my next element. You see, with the brackets, this has been add a single element. If you want to add each individual element from this tuple to this list individually without these brackets, not as a tuple, but if you want to fetch one element at a time from this tuple and add it to this list, then we must say my random list dot extend. Extend with what? My random tuple. Each item individually has been added to the list again. Here, when we did append with the list or with the tuple, it had added the whole tuple as a one element. But when we used extend, it fetched one value at a time from this tuple and appended to the list. You can also remember it like the extend method uh, is defined as iterative append of values from the argument passed, what collection of argument passed. Any questions here? Hello?
So, So in that one, like the in between there is a brackets, right? What is that?
Which is the whole tuple has been added as a single element in the list.
Oh, okay. Got it.
When we used extend, one element from the tuple has been taken out and is added to the list. One element at a time. Iteratively, elements are added to the list. When we did append, the whole tuple is added to the list at once.
Mhm. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Right. We will continue for 10 minutes more and take a break for 15 minutes. Okay. All right. So this is how you add elements to the list. These are two ways, append and extend. The third way is, let us say we want to add an element at index 2 in Python in this list. Okay. This value is at index 1. This value is at, this value is at index 0. This value is at index 1. And this value is at index 2. Right? So before this, I want to add an element. And that will be getting the index 2. Am I correct? Practically speaking, I want to add an element, insert an element here.
Mm-hmm.
So how do I do that is, my random list dot insert, at which position I want to insert my index, I give 2. And what value do I want to insert? I will say new value string. Now this new value string has been inserted at index 2, and every other character has been pushed by one index. Sorry. Okay. Any questions here?
Yeah.
All right. If no questions, then none of these methods, my random tuple, okay, are existing on tuples, which means you cannot add values to a tuple. For example, let us say if we try to do my tuple dot append of new value, this will just say, please leave. Tuple object has no append. To check what are the methods available on a tuple, how can we do that?
DAR of mine.
Random tuple. All the methods that you have are just count and index on tuples. On list, we have those many other methods that we have seen. Okay. Right. Now we have seen how to add methods, values to a list, right? Let us look at how can we remove values from a list. We can remove values from a list using the following methods called as pop and remove. Okay. The pop method, if you remember, what does the uh, toaster do when we say it popped out the slices? They jump, right? They jump out of the toaster. Similarly, a similar analogy here, uh, to remove an element from the list, we use the pop method, or to pop an element from the list, we use the pop method. Okay. Whenever you are popping something, you can catch it into something. Remember that. The toaster, whenever the bread pops out of the toaster, you can catch it in the plate. Right? Not always, though, I agree, but yeah. The pop method, what it does is, it uh, pops the elements from the list Okay. How does it pop? If no, I mean, it pops by the index. We need to pass index as an argument to the pop method. If we do not pass any index, then the last element in the list will be popped out. If no index passed, then the last element of the index will be popped out. Okay. For example, from my random list, okay, we'll do my random list dot pop. Now this should remove none.
Because we're not giving him.
Yes, none has been removed. Agreed? Right. Now, what we will do is for this pop method, I will pass in the index 2. Now, which value should be removed? People, come on. What is the value at index 2?
So that's new value, right?
Yes. New value has been removed and voila, we don't have new value here anymore. Okay, that is how the pop method works. Now let us look at the remove method. So remove method removes elements by its value. Pop method removes elements by the index, right? Remove methods removes elements by its values, which means if you pass an index to this, to the remove method, it will throw an error. And hence we must say my random list dot remove of, say, Python. You see here we have Python at 0, 1, 2, 3 index. We do not have it here. Any questions? So what do you think will happen when we do not pass in any values to the remove function or remove method? Since pop is taking index, when you do not pass any index, it will infer it to be the default value of index for the pop method is -1. Right? So what do you think is the default value for remove method? There cannot be a default value in the list, right? And hence there will not be a default value for remove method, and hence it will throw an error.
Yeah, because we have to explicitly tell one of the element in the list, and if you're not giving it, it thinks there is nothing, right?
Right. It doesn't know what to remove from the list. Right. With this, let us take a small break and join back in 15 minutes. As long as I have at least one person, I will start the class.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is everyone back? Dun, 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 dun. Resume recording. Yes. All right. All right. Now we will talk about, we have looked into lists and tuples, right? There are two other data structures in Python. Okay. Right. Yes. There are two other data structures in Python, namely dictionaries and sets. Why did we separate lists and tuples, and why are we separately dealing with dictionaries and sets? And is because lists and tuples share common properties called as indexes, and they share the same indexes property with strings as well, and hence we have dealt with lists and tuples right after strings. Okay, but since we have laid that out, we have said this point already, which means that both dictionaries and sets do not have indexes, or they are not indexed. Okay, now we will take up dictionaries first and look into dictionaries. So dictionaries are anything that you create within the flower brackets like this, and each element of a dictionary are written as a key is to value pair. Key 1, value 1, key 2, value 2, and so on. Okay?
Okay.
Key 2, value 2, and so on. Key n, value n. Okay, this is how dictionaries are created in or exist in Python. The brackets are mandatory, and two values or two data points separated by colon is mandatory, where the data to the left side of the column is considered to be the key, and data to the right side of the column is considered to be value. Any questions here? Let us look at a common dictionary example. Let us create a dictionary called as state underscore capital dictionary. Okay. An example of this is, let us say AP, we don't know yet. TG, Telangana, Hyderabad, Karnataka, Bengaluru, and so on. Like, let us say only these three elements. Okay. This is the dictionary that we have. This is how values exist in a dictionary. Any questions so far?
No.
All right. Now, in lists, tuples, and strings, we have used indexes to access the values. Right? Access each individual element from the data structure or the data collection. Right? So now, in dictionaries, how can we fetch the values? We fetch the values using the keys. Okay, which means when we say state capital dict of, again, you use the same square brackets. Let me write it correctly. Of AP, then this will print this is how we use the keys to access the values in a dictionary. Any questions?
No.
All right. So we got that. So to address one element at a time or one value at a time from the dictionary, we just pass in the keys and then we access that value. What if we want to fetch a couple of values or a few values, multiple values from a dictionary? To fetch multiple values from a dictionary, we have something called as some methods available on dictionary that help us, enable us in doing that. Okay, just give me just a second. Right. The dictionaries have something called as dot keys method and dot values method with them. And sorry for the and. Dot keys, dot values, and dot items method on them. These are the three ways with which we can, fetch the values from a dictionary. Okay, iteratively. Now, we use the keys method and then check how to fetch values from a dictionary. Now, for example, we have our state capitals dictionary, you remember, right? We say for V in state capitals dict dot keys. What this method does is, this method fetches the keys from this dictionary iteratively, which means one key per iteration. Okay, and you can say print state capital dict of v, and this is going to fetch the value that is addressed by this key. This is key, right? Sorry, my bad. What I will do is, let us say k. For k, each key at an iteration will be referred by the k variable here, and using the k variable, we fetch the value that is associated with this key. Any questions? If you want, you can also print the key by using print k. If you are not interested in the keys of a dictionary, and if you directly want the values of a dictionary, then you can say for v in state capitals dict dot values, and you can directly print v. This will print v, the values in this dictionary. We can fetch values from keys, or in other words, we can use keys to fetch or to get to values, but there is no way to get to keys from values. We can use keys to get the values, but we cannot use the values to get the keys. Any questions so far?
No.
No questions? All right. If no questions, then let us look at the third method and then validate all three of them together at the same time. So the third method is the dot items method, right? So now what does the dot items does is, it takes both the key and the value of each element from the dictionary, okay, and returns them as a tuple. And how can you access this is for k comma v in state capitals dict dot items, print k comma v. So k represents the key in the dictionary of one element, and the value, the v, represents the value that this k is associated with. The keys methods returns the keys of the dictionary. The values method returns the values of the dictionary, and the items method returns the key value pair as a tuple from the dictionary, so that you can access both key and the value at the same time. For k comma v in state capitals dictionary dot items, print k comma v. Any questions? All right. If no questions, let us validate our statements. Sorry, yes. Right. Let us create our state capitals dictionary. State capitals. Let's not write the dict here. This is how we create, and we say AP TG and let us take as we said KA Karnataka and say Bangalore. Okay, so this is our dictionary. Any questions? With the format of a dictionary? All right, if no, then we will fetch values. Okay, let us first look at how to fetch one value at a time, individual values at a time from a dictionary. Okay, what we do is state capitals of AP. When we run this program, it should return Q. 1 second, we need to comment out something to. Okay, now Control L. You see that? When you change this to KA, we will get the value that is associated with the key provided. Any questions in this part so far? So individually, this is how we can fetch values. Amravati, Hyderabad, and Bengaluru. But if we want to fetch these values collectively or iteratively, then we say for K in state capitals dot keys. You can say print we'll first print K and then we'll print state capitals of K. Okay. Let us comment this out and rerun the program. It is first printing the K, which is the key, and then its value. Key, value, key, value. To print both the values side by side, you can simply say and get rid of that. And this need not be K, this is just a variable name. It can be I also. Still runs. Any questions?
So what you're doing, Gautam, last statement for I, there is I defined here in state capitals key.
So the keys method on a dictionary returns the keys from the dictionary, one key at a time, iteratively from the dictionary.
Right. But I was wondering, something you defined. Okay, in the below print, I in state. What is it? I in means?
Okay. For I in state capitals dot keys. Okay, state capitals dot keys returns one value at a time, right? The in operator
Oh,
is
okay,
what
okay.
that is fetching one value at a time from the state capitals dictionary.
Okay. Okay.
And
you wrote
at
that
each
twice, right?
iteration,
You wrote twice here. Same
yes.
statement. I think you copy pasted twice, I think.
Yeah. Here I will change
Oh, okay.
values.
Okay.
Okay. So now what we will do is we will directly print the values by using the values method. We fetch the values iteratively from the dictionary directly. We will not get the keys. We will only get the values by using the values method. You see, first time using the keys, we are using the keys and we are fetching the values. And since there is no way to fetch keys from the values, we are directly fetching the values and printing the values. For our better understanding, I will comment that as well. Any questions so far with the keys and values methods?
So we cannot print with the values, right? When you use
Yeah,
only
we
the
cannot
values.
go to keys from the values. We can only go to values from the keys, or we can directly fetch key values, but we cannot go to keys from the values. Okay. Right. Now the last method, items. For the items method, what we will do is, sorry. Yes. What we will do is we will change the values to items. And what this does is it returns both the key and the value pairs as a comma separated values or tuple. And you can simply print k comma v directly. It prints both keys and the values. And just like above, this k and v are not mandatory. You can give any variable names you want there. It still works. Any questions?
So here you're saying I and J's keys. I is keys, J is value something, or
Yes, I is key and j is value. The items method returns one key value pair
right?
together per iteration.
True. So if you want to store the values of only keys, then probably the above one I should use instead keys just to store the
Yeah,
values, right?
yes,
Assuming if I
yeah,
want to use only state, I mean, instead of quotes only to store or
right.
values only store, then tomorrow I can rerun the functions, the values, define the variables,
Right.
not
If you want
functions.
to fetch only the values, then you can use values method. If you want to fetch only the keys, and if you don't want
Right.
to get to the values also, then you can use the keys method. If you want both, then you can use.
Okay. Oh, then, okay. I means keys, J means, okay, good. And
Yeah,
this you call as a variable, right? Just want to reconfirm. These values when
these
you
two are
store
variables. Yes,
variables only. Yes, yes. Okay.
yes. Because at each iteration, the values that they are referring to are changing, right?
Mhm.
And hence
True.
variables.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. So this is how we fetch values from a dictionary. Now, how to add values to a dictionary? Simple. State capitals dot update of, okay, you have to mention the curly braces here and pass in your key value pairs. Let us say Tamil Nadu, sorry, my bad, Chennai, and print your state capitals. Any questions? Right. Now again, let us get into the interactive mode of Python. Let us create our state capitals dictionary and let us first check state capitals dictionary and hit enter. So this is our dictionary created, right? Now I want to check the different methods available on dictionaries, on the state capitals dictionary or a dictionary. How can I do that? Am I correct? So this is the items method, this is the update method, values method, and keys method. Right? We have pop and pop item. Other methods that we will look into now. Any questions? All right. We will look at these two methods now. Just like in lists, the pop method here is used to pop an element from the dictionary. But the pop method needs a key here. For example, state capitals dot pop. If you just run this pop without any argument to it, it will throw an error. Pop expected at least one argument because it can remove items when the key is passed. Okay. For example, when we say KA here, it has popped up Bengaluru. Let's print state capitals and we have only two of them now. Now, you don't want to pass anything, but you want to remove the last element from the dictionary. For that purpose, you have state capitals dot pop item. The last element from the dictionary has been popped up. It's left with one element. Any questions so far?
So yeah, last one, what did it taught? I'm sorry, again, you print, you just got the AP only, pop items.
Yeah, we have popped one item at once without passing any argument. If we want to pop the last element of the dictionary, then we use the pop item method.
Okay, got it.
But when we want to remove an element basing on the key, then you use the pop method.
Okay, the state capital dot pop and this key value. Okay, got it.
Yes, you pass in the key. Any questions? All right. There is another way of adding elements to the dictionary, which is you can simply say state capitals of, I will
Can you
write
write the left side, Gautam, the quotes, because that will be helpful to everyone, right? The pop and everything. You're writing in the right
Okay.
side, the terminal.
Okay.
Just copy paste probably.
Yeah. So state capitals of TN, you can simply say Chennai. Now state capitals will have two values in it. This is one method of adding values to a dictionary. This is another method of adding values to a dictionary. Any questions? Any questions, anyone? If not, let us look into the next concept called as sets. Okay. Sets in a dictionary are defined as unordered collection of unique elements. That's the definition of a set. Now, sets and dictionaries share one property, which is the brackets that are being used in creating them. Okay. For example, let us say a random set is equal to, we use the same brackets, but the elements inside these brackets are not key value pairs. Instead, they are just any values. Just like lists and tuples, sets also can contain what do you call, any kind of elements in the, like with them, but the different part or the difference from list and list tuples and sets is you cannot have repetition of values. You see, here we are creating a set where 234, the number 234 is repeating 3 times, right? After creating this set, now let us print this set. Okay. And then check here. We have the set containing 234 only once. Any questions?
Can you reprint them again? Sorry. So you got the same value?
No. See, in our set, when we are creating the set, we have written 234 3 times.
Yeah, I got it. Yes. I understood. It removed duplicates basically and it's put the sequential
Right.
order. Okay, great. Thanks.
Right. Any other questions? So this is how sets are defined. How to add values to sets? Again, let's get into the magic of DAR methods. Now, the interesting part of sets is the definition of sets in Python is just the same as the definition of sets in mathematics, which means everything that we did using sets back in the day, like for example, intersection, union, disjoint, uh, and all these methods are available even on sets. Random set. You see, difference, intersection, symmetric difference, update a set, add a value, and disjoint, is subset, etc. Is superset and all. Okay. Now let us create a set of command set, sorry, delete this thing, a set of even numbers 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And we'll call this even set. Okay. And then we'll create another set called as odd. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. All right. Now let us try to print the intersection of these values. Even set dot intersection of odd set. So what are the values that are common in both the sets? Hello?
There's no common, right?
Yes, and
Oh,
hence
yeah, there's no common.
an empty set. Excuse me. When you say union, now what will it be?
From 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious, others are practicing or they're listening, because when I'm doing practice, I'm getting more focused somewhat.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. These are the two methods that we have on sets. Now, difference and symmetry difference, which one we'll do? We'll do difference. Okay. Since these are simple sets, what we will do, let's have some numbers. Okay, let us write factors of 12 in one set and factors of 24 in the other. So what are the factors of 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 12. Correct?
Yeah.
Yes. What are the factors of 24, 12, and 24? Right? Factors of 12 and factors of 24. No, you guys must tell me. There is 8 also. 8 3 is 24, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes, so these are the two different sets that we have created. Okay. Now what we will do is, it would be even better now if we print the intersection of factors of 12 dot intersection of factors of 24. Now what should be the values that should be printed? Apart from 8 and 24, all other values.
Right. Got the
Okay.
common values. Yeah.
Yes. When we say update, union, we get all of them. We practically get this set itself.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Right? Now,
Mhm.
this thing, factor set of 12 dot is subset of factors 24. What do you think it is? Is it true or false? This is practically a subset of this one, right? Because this set, whatever element, whatever element this set factors 12 has, all of the elements are existing even in factors 24,
Okay,
which means this is a subset.
correct.
Sorry. Now, factors 24 is superset of factors 12. Isn't it so? If
Yeah,
A is subset of
yes,
B, then B is superset of A.
true. So these things probably we'll do a validation while doing our programming, right?
Right. Right.
Seems to be
But
there are many are there.
one interesting thing is in practical this thing, most of the times you will use list tuples and dictionaries. Sets we use very rarely.
True.
Unless until you are coming into something called as machine learning or data science, or
Yeah, yeah.
you want to implement Python in your own data science this thing. As long as you're not doing that, you won't be dealing with these much.
Yeah, I mean, based on the requirement, right? So if you want to
Yes,
use
of course.
smartly, when you write codes, better way of things, then probably yes. You want to validate the data, how it's coming in, probably in
Oh
unit
yeah,
testing, what you use,
yes,
right?
yes,
So those
yes,
cases
yes,
probably, yeah.
yes, yes, you can use.
I'm just wondering how to remember these. That's all. Only practice, I guess.
Yeah, never try to remember, because the other day I'm not sure. So I also generally teach like regular cohorts as well. I teach that span up to 2 and 2.5 months for data engineering. And so one of those during one of those sessions, I myself forgot one of the syntax for one of the things that I was doing. But all the thing is, all that is required is, can you be able to get to, or realize, or get to what you want with the language? That is the only thing that you should be learning. Because if you want to remember the syntaxes,
No, not syntax. I'm saying the concept.
every language,
Yeah, true.
yeah,
Concept, I'm saying like
because
superset, subset, probably these are the good concepts to understand. Yeah, syntax we can get it from you.
yes,
You're
yes,
right.
because syntax, if you try to remember, every language is
Oh,
only
yeah,
expanding.
correct. Correct.
There is no point in remembering all that. All
True.
right. So now factors 24 dot difference of factors 12, which means the elements that are existing in factors 24 but are not existing in factors 12.
Mhm.
What are they?
Those are difference between these two, right? 24 minus, so you'll get everything except 24.
No, 8 also.
Oh, yeah, yeah, correct. Yeah.
8 is not there in factors 12, and this thing is not there in fact.
Yeah, can you please write that superset and subset there just in case? Because we are so
Okay.
fast, I can't do practice with you. So I'm just seeing the screen. Some kind of just to
Okay.
get an idea, that's all.
This subset is
Superset, nice words.
okay.
Thank you.
With this, we can officially claim that we are done with understanding the data structures, the built-in data structures of Python. Okay, now let us get into manipulating or playing with the data structures a little. Let us create a random list again, but this time random list is equal to what we will do is let us take some values at random. Sorry. Okay. Now this is my random list. Now I want to sort the elements in this list. Okay. Lists provide a built-in method, which means in the lists, on the list itself, there is a built-in method called as dot sort. Okay. Random list dot sort. Okay. What this will do is this will take the values from this list and reorders these values in an ascending order by default. Okay. Ascending order is by default, right? But if you want to check that list, you need to print the list again. You see the values of the elements have been modified.
Sure. The only thing, what is the difference between this one and the before one, right? There's a Gautam you mentioned once. It's sorted, same thing. You remember
Sorry,
the last
this
time
one?
you used one
I think
more random
it's the set, I think. Um,
something function you used last time. It got similar
yeah,
values.
so
Okay,
if you
random
put
list of values.
yeah, it automatically did it. We didn't request for sorting or anything. It just printed it as ascending order.
It's
Which
okay,
one?
Gautam.
You
Yeah.
mean the dictionary?
Not dictionary. After that, I think you were somewhere used the random same thing function one.
My random list, and I created my random list and my random tuple.
Correct.
Those.
There,
And
use
then
the
you said print my random list, something
It
like that.
doesn't sort actually automatically. That's what I want to say. Okay, if I print random list here directly,
No,
okay,
it will come.
There
before
was
sorting, I am printing once, and after sorting, I am printing once.
okay.
Before sorting, the values are the way we have given to it. After sorting, we got them in the ascending order.
Okay, use some function Gautam actually at last, but it got similar thing, but you did not use the sort there. You use something else. Something I think it's not here. Right, Venkat?
Is to
Yes,
minus 1,
yes.
we have reversed the strings.
No, there is. I think
The
it's in the
list.
sets. I think sets.
Set something you did. But anyway, that's fine. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We don't waste time there, so that's fine. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, sets I told you as an unordered collection of unique elements,
Yeah.
which means whatever we write, okay, let us make a random set from this. Okay. Just to make you a little aware.
Yeah, random set. Correct. Yes.
Okay. What we will do is let us
And
print
then,
random set also.
and then you need to use
Observe.
the brackets is
Sorry.
same brackets or
Yeah, I need to change packets
yeah.
to the floor packs. That's a good call.
Oh.
Thanks. Okay.
So that's what I
Now,
remember. Like that is how you differentiate between
right.
list and set.
Lists and sets.
Yeah.
List tuples and sets.
Yeah.
Right. Now, there will be, when it comes to sets, as mentioned, they are unordered. There will be no guarantee to the like order of
Input
elements
value.
in the sets.
Right.
You see here you gave 234 first, 346 next, 3245 next, and here you got 23, 233, 234, 346
It came in a ascending order.
in ascending order. No,
No, that's the
no,
second
sorry.
line.
Okay. Yeah, this is the last one. Okay, let's comment that out and then check to avoid confusion.
Yeah, the second one was the one which has the flower brackets, which is actually
My bad. Sorry, 1 second. Let us, okay. Now we see, okay, we have given the set, defined the set in this order, but it has jumbled the values in it.
okay.
33
Yeah,
first,
so
23.
basically that was a one-time hit of like giving all of them in a correct order.
Yes,
Yeah, okay, okay.
yes. Even then also, there was one element that was out of order.
Ah,
33
okay.
came, 234 came, and then 214 came.
Mm-hmm.
Again, sorry to ask you this question, Gautam.
Uh-huh.
Venkat, probably you can answer. What is the different set and list here?
Okay. Lists have indexes. Sets do not have indexes. In list, there can be repetition of values. Sets cannot have repetition of values. The sets are defined as unordered, unique collection of elements,
Mm.
whereas lists are just a list of elements. There can be repetitions, there can be duplicates, there can be whatever it is.
Okay. So when you want to create an index or something, set you use, something list is something you get an input file which is no order, nothing. Then we can consider that as list.
Uh,
After
okay.
that,
So, okay. Lists have indexes. Sets do not have indexes. If you
okay.
want to remove duplicates from a given data structure, you can use a set.
Mm. Okay.
If you want to use a given elements the way they are, then you should be using list.
Say
Where
example,
you
if
don't
I have
want to
input
delete the
file, right?
duplicates or
Input
anything.
file, I don't know what's getting the data. And I know something for sure these are the data elements. These are the data values. So I'm getting, there are two situations. One is I have input file, there is nothing, like I don't know what's getting in the file. I mean, the order of the data and everything. And one, I have the standard, I know these are the values I'm going to get. So which one you're going to use in that case?
I mean, in that case, for both situations, I will use lists.
Okay.
First, I will use sets after reading the data into the list. If I want to remove duplicates from the list, then I will use a set.
Okay. So first you'll
So
consider
removing
list,
the
then, okay.
yes. With list, you will not lose the data.
Mhm.
You will
Got
get
it.
all the data that you have, and then you can do your modifications as required.
Okay, thanks.
No problem. Okay. So this is the built-in method on lists. This list method, this sort method is not available on tuples. And this sort method, I'm not sure if it is available on sets. I don't think it is available on sets as well. You see, it's already throwing me an error here. If I run it, it will throw me set object has no attribute sort.
Don't have an
Because,
attribute.
yeah. Okay. Now there is another method that is available directly in the built-ins library. Yesterday we have talked about this built-ins library, right? This built-ins library has something called as sorted method. Okay. So what does this method do is you give it any data structure. Okay. You give it any data structure, it will convert it into a list and then sort and return a new list. Okay. For example, let us print sorted of random set. Boom. My bad. You see, the set has been converted into a list, which means this is existing like this, which means it is making a copy of these elements into a new list and then sorting them out and giving that list back as the result. Since on sets we do not have dot sort method, we can use sorted method to sort this set into a
random set.
Yeah, this set into a list. If you want to sort them in the descending order, then you must say reverse equal to true. Which means you are telling to the sorted method to sort these values in the collection, this set in the reverse order, which means the descending order, and return the set. But still, when you print now, your random set is existing as it is. Any questions?
No.
All right. Now, let us see how to sort the elements of a dictionary. State capitals is equal to, we have them already defined, right? Yes. Okay. Okay. Now we have our dictionary. We want to sort this dictionary. Let us use sorted of state capitals. Okay. What do you think when we try to print this? What do you think will be printed?
So do you print A, K, T, T at the end, probably. Based on the keys, it's sorted.
Yes. It sorted the keys and printed.
Yep.
Just the keys. Okay. Now, what if you want to sort the dictionaries basing on the values?
You know to mention probably value somewhere. State capitals dot values.
Interesting. Now, we can pass here something called as key. Okay. Now, how do we pass here is, which means here we will tell the logic using which we want to sort the elements of the dictionary, where we use something called as here. For this purpose, we have something called as lambdas. Lambdas are nothing but nameless functions. Okay, we will learn about this shortly, but before learning that, let us learn about lambdas. So what are nameless functions? For example, you want to create a function that you know you will use only once, but in a loop that you will be using that. Let us say, in that scenario, you can create something called as lambda x and return x square, which means lambda is a keyword that you use to tell Python that we are creating a nameless function. Okay. And to this function, we are passing our parameters here. Parameters. And whatever return value, whatever value we want this function to return, that we will write here. Okay. For example, let us say we want to create a function that returns the square of a given number. So this is the regular function. Define square of x. Okay. And this will return x star star 2. Right? To create a nameless function that does the very same thing, we use lambda x return x star star 2. Okay. Now, similar logic, what we will do is we will mention the key on which the sorting should happen. Now, the key is I want the dictionary should to be sorted basing on the values, right? Now, how can I fetch the values of a dictionary? By using the key, which means I will simply say lambda x state capitals of x, command x. I will take this, I will uncomment this, and I will mention my lambda here. Now, if my dictionary is to be sorted basing on the values, the sorted function again will return the keys itself, list of keys itself. But the keys will be sorted basing on the values, which means AP will be the first element, KA will be the second element, and TG will be the third element. And that is the case even here. But in that case, what we will do is let us add one more element saying TN and say Chennai. Okay, which means AP will be the first element, KA will be the second element, TN will be the third element, and TG will be the fourth element. Because A, B, C, and H. Correct? Let's comment this out. Now, at each iteration, the X value is the key, and this is the value on which we are telling to sort the elements of state capitals.
So,
If we do not mention the key, let us see how will it sort. Yes, if when we do not mention the key, it is sorting using the first characters of the keys itself. A, K, and then TG, and then TN.
okay.
But when you are telling to sort them basing on the values, we are getting A, B, C, and H, right? And their keys. AP, KA, TN, and then TG. There is a difference in the sorting result.
Mhm. So can you repeat that lambda again? I just quickly.
Sure. So lambdas are nothing but nameless functions.
Okay.
Okay. For example, here you want to use you want to, what do you call, you want a function that
Mhm.
could tell to sort on a on the capitals of the like on the values of this dictionary, right? For that, what you will have to do, you will create something like define get value, and when you will pass x to this, and thus that will return, you should pass x and what do you call, state capital to this, and then you can fetch state capitals of x. This is how you write a regular function to get this done. Correct?
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
But what is the disadvantage with this is you need this function only in this line. After that line, you don't need the function anymore. It is of no use, right?
No use.
And hence, if you create a regular function, it stays in the memory as long as the program is existing. To make sure that doesn't happen, you will create a nameless function with this syntax where lambda is your keyword, you give a space, and then you pass in the parameter, okay,
Okay.
that you want to use, on which you want to, what do you call, do the operation. Here, x will be getting the, what do you call, key from this dictionary at each
Okay.
iteration. Hello?
Yeah. Yeah. Got it.
Yeah. And then it
So,
returns, the return value is mentioned here. It returns the value that is associated with this key,
okay. So because
which
we are
means
saying
you are
state
telling
capitals of X, which is basically the
the
key,
value.
the values. Okay. Oh,
X is the key,
X is the key,
state
but if
capitals of
you,
X is the value,
yeah. You need to give the key, then it will give the value. Okay.
value, exactly.
And in this example, it sorted as well, right?
Yes, we are using a sorted function. To the sorted function, we are mentioning the key, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that is, I mean, to the sorted function, we are telling, okay, using this key, sort the values, I mean, sort the keys of this dictionary. That is what this this means,
Got it. Okay.
statement means.
Instead of just taking up the first character, it is
Instead of taking, okay, if we do not mention anything, the
Mhm.
sorted function sorts a dictionary basing on its keys,
Is, yeah. So now you're specifically
telling that to
is
sort on the
down the
values.
values. Okay.
Okay. All right.
So if you don't use this lambda, there is no other option, right? There is no other way of doing it. Sorting based.
You can use the regular functions also, if I'm not wrong.
Sorry? Oh, yeah.
You can
Regular
use your
function.
regular function
But instead,
or
like,
lambdas.
yeah,
Yeah,
like simple way of sorted state capitals, comma, or something. There is no way of writing it. So that's why you need to use the nameless function here.
right.
Okay.
Using the nameless function makes it easier so that, for the Python box that we are talking about since yesterday, to get rid of this function as soon as this operation is done.
And then key equal to is basically
This is the argument.
argument.
I mean, this is the parameter of the sorted argument. I mean, sorted function, and this is the argument that we are passing to this parameter.
To this parameter. Okay.
Yeah. Any more questions?
So the purpose of using this lambda is more like I just reviewing online also. Using more faster, like a sorting, filtering kind of that
Perfect.
case. That is the reason I used. Okay.
Yes. All right. Are we good?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It's break time or what? 1:15?
No, not already. 1:30.
I appreciate your energy
Okay.
levels so fast.
No problem. Thank you. Now, let us look into the next concept. From here, we will be learning some advanced or modern programming techniques. Okay. Like map, filter, and reduce. All right. Now, these functions have come for creating from a given for creating a collection of data from another collection of data. Might sound gibberish, but don't worry, let's understand. Okay, let us say we have our random list of values. Okay, we have our random list of values. Now I want to create another list, problem statement. Okay, I want to create another list that contains the double of each value from the random list. Okay, this is what I want to create. I mean, from this list, I want to create each values double, a new list that contains each values, I mean, double of each value from this list. How can we do so? Can someone tell me the logic? You don't have to tell me the code. A logic, what you think, the sequence of steps that we should be implementing.
So we do like I in the list, like a definition. We could do in that way. Okay, yeah, for I in the list. And then we want to put it in a different random
Beautiful.
list.
Beautiful. So what we do is random list 2, and we will say this is an empty list as of now.
Yeah.
And then we will say random list 2 dot append of
I
star 2.
I dot 2, yeah. And then print random list 2. 2, right?
2 we need, yes. We got the double. This is so simple, right?
Yes.
All right. But this is specific to this list only. If we want another list, then we need to change the name here.
Correct.
Okay, and this is a 2-line nonsense, right? We can shorten this even more. Okay, how can we do that? Is let us create a function. Let us say define double. Okay, you will give it an x, some value. All it does is return x star 2. Okay, there is no loop keep written anywhere, right? Now what I will do is I will create a map. Okay, I use a map function. This map function will take the first argument as the function, another function that you want to map to each element of a collection.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay. So you just double. So double is a keyword.
No, this is the function that I've
Oh, we already
defined.
defined the
Yeah.
function. Correct,
Yes,
correct.
yes. So if you multiply by 2, then all random list, whatever is there, it will multiply. Whatever you can do there. That's
Yes, random list 2 is equal to this thing. Let us use random list 3 and print our random list 3. Escape, escape. We don't want any of this. So it returns a, what do you call, map object. What we have to do is explicitly, we have to convert it to a list. Did we get it? So now what map is doing is, what map function is doing is, it is taking this function to each element of the list.
right. I think it's more useful for, I'm not sure, correct me. It's more like using for lookup values. You have the city, state, and everything, assuming you put cities in one place and states in one place. I'm big fan, I'm saying, when you real time, right? Situation, it's more mapping like one to one.
Yes,
Then you
yes,
get the
that is
values.
one use case, definitely. But anyone heard of the initial days of data engineering, where
Initial?
data was getting too heavy and they didn't know, I mean, it wasn't practical to bring all the data to the processor, to
Okay.
one processor and process it, right? Let us say you have 100 values in a list, and when you do the calculation this way, the whole load is taken by one core in your processor, right?
Okay.
But using the map method, what you can do is you can parallelize the process. You can use all the cores in your computer and get the stuff done, get the work
okay.
done.
So more like using for performance, you're saying?
Yes, distributed
Okay.
processing to be more
Distribution performance, yeah.
precise.
Okay.
Multi-threading.
Multi-processing, good thing, but yeah, multi-processing it is for process parallelization or multi-processing.
So normally people use the Open API for this, but Python
No,
also has.
Open API is a completely different stuff. It gives you, it is just a model. When you throw a question at it, it will give you an answer. So how is that getting that answer and all? Maybe the Open API model is running parallelly on multiple processors.
Correct. Yeah.
Processors.
It will make it
But
how to distribute the jobs. But this is simpler version of that, where Python allowing us for doing simpler tasks to be also doing in multi-processing concept.
right.
Nice.
Right. So that is the use of map. Now you see, after this map method, do we need this function as such?
We can
because yeah, go ahead, Venkat.
Yeah, we just said there itself multiplied by 2. Yeah.
Lambda to the rescue. Lambda x star 2. Only star 2.
Yeah, this is more clear now why, how purposes of lambda. Yeah.
I use the sorted function as a transition to get into lambdas from
And then now it's
later.
more intuitive.
Yeah. Intuitive, yes. Yes. Any questions, anybody? Now let us say from this given list of values, okay, you want only even numbers from that, which means you want to filter out all the odd numbers from the list.
Right.
Even random list. What I will do is instead of map, I will use something called as filter. And here I will, what condition will I check here? How can I say if this, if something is an even value or an odd value?
The function is there, right?
Okay. What we will do is to avoid confusion, let us define is even. Okay. When you give a number to it, how can you tell if a number is even or odd?
The reminder is 0 when you divide by 2, right? Return
Right. Which means
whatever.
x percentile 2
Yeah.
equal to 0. Correct?
Yes.
If this returns true, it means the number x is even. You agree till that? What I will do here is I will use that function here. We'll use that function here first. Okay. And check. Did we get only even values from the list? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, let us use the same list. But in after this function, do you think we need this? I mean, after executing this particular line, do you think we need this is even function? We don't, right?
Yes. We can act lambda x
Lambda
colon
x.
x percentile 2 equal to 0.
Voila. How to filter out odd numbers from this? What is the condition I should change?
Exclamation, right?
Beautiful.
Exclamation.
Not equal to 0.
Yeah.
Got all the odd values, even values. Any questions so far? Okay. If no questions, let us look at the next thing, which is reduce. So reduce, the story with reduce is a little different. Okay. Like map and filter, reduce is not readily available. You have to go to a bag, and that bag is called as func tools. From func tools, import reduce. So what does we mean by reduce is we have a collection of data. We want to reduce the whole collection into a single value. Okay. Now, let us say we have the same random list. Let me copy. Okay, we have the random list like this. Now, what should we do to get the sum of all these values? We will
You
say
know,
total equal to 0 for
and
I
then
in random list.
So I is
Total
yeah.
equal to I, right?
Mhm.
Now we can print the total, right?
Yes.
But this is specific to this random list. Should we want to use this for a different list, we have to write this all again, or we have to replace this,
Mhm.
which means we need a better reusable code, right?
Right.
All right. So for that, what we will do is, let us create a function defining add a comma b. What this does is returns a plus b. Okay. And now what I will do is, from func tools, I will import reduce and use. This will take a function that adds two values. Okay. Add comma the collection of data. You see, this is printing. If I want to use another list, what I can do is I can use my all I will do here is extend this, copy this here, paste this here, and voila.
So the even though I mean you use the same keyword that is inside the reduce in the reduce method, correct?
Which one?
The add is basically it's like a
The function.
Oh, the function, okay. But why is it showing like a blue underline? Is it
Okay, it needs a better name of a missing function or method decorating. A doc string. Okay. Yeah, I did not write the doc strings here, right? So that's not an error though.
okay, it's not an error. I thought it's not using it. I thought, okay, but we still need to define that function for this one. How
Right.
to use the lambda or something.
Beautiful. Lambda a comma b, and then say a plus b.
Previously, we learned only one variable. Now we can use the two variables in this example.
Right. And then when
So
we
again,
come
Gautam, what we
here,
are trying to achieve with this reduce, we can use some function, right? Simply some kind of a calculation.
okay, reduce also is for parallel processing. So when
Okay,
let us
okay.
say you have the list has 100 values, you can distribute 25 values to per core, get them reduced to a single value. Each core will give you one value, and those four values also will be aggregated, and the final single value will be returned. So parallelizing the process.
Okay, again, this is also kind of performance.
Yes, map, filter, reduce, they are together.
Okay, nice.
Okay. Right. It is time for lunch now. So let's regroup in 30 minutes.
So what time you going to plan to close the call today? Like, Gautam? What's the
I
plan like?
think today, yeah, I think today we'll go till 6 o'clock. I mean, we have to finish the subjects that we have, right? We are here. I mean, we just finished map, filter, and reduce. We have these 4 topics to take care.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yeah. So Let's regroup in 30 minutes then. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you. Bye-bye. Yes. Yes. Tell me.
Okay, so in the reduce, if yeah, I use the same thing. Like I use that function, right? So the reduce add um random list, and it
Do
says
you want to share your screen?
yeah.
I don't have to stop, I guess. You can directly, yeah, multiple participants can share simultaneously.
Mm. So you see the screen? You see my screen?
No, maybe I should do something to be able to see your screen. And
You're trying to control?
no, I'm not trying to control.
Mhm.
I'm not seeing your screen. Okay, let me stop sharing my screen then for stop share. Yeah, now you can share your screen. You did not share your screen, I guess. No, you did. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
you
did.
you have to again.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think I defined here, right? Add xy and return x plus y.
Mm-hmm.
And then the random list is this one, right?
Okay.
So so it says object is
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah. So reduce returns a single value, right? So
uh-huh.
you don't have to put it within the list function. You don't have to make it a list. You cannot make it a list. You see,
Oh,
int object
okay,
is
okay.
not iterable. Yes.
So it's just that, okay, without the list.
Yes, it's a
Oh,
single
okay.
value.
So these ones you need to, but this
Are
one,
collection of values. Yes.
right. Those are all like collection of values. And this one, if you run it,
Is a singular value.
yeah, because it comes as a single number.
Right.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
No problem. Also, I have shared a link in the chat.
Yeah, so it's in the I'm in the desk
A
like
laptop
back,
computer. Okay.
right? So I'm trying to see if I go to the web or I have to log in through my phone to join. I'll put it as self, yeah. I'll do something.
That's an interesting point, actually. So my point here is to make sure that only the people who have joined the sessions to join the group.
Mm-hmm.
So what I can do is the people who have joined the sessions, let me see if I can send an email to you guys.
But you can
Okay.
actually put it as only allow, right? But you don't know who's you you have to filter it or something.
Yeah, I have to do that manually, and being a programmer, that's not my interest. I like things automated. So we'll find a way, we'll figure out a way.
Okay.
But if you could copy and
Yeah, that's what
email
I'm
it to yourself, and then
I'll do
you
that.
should be able to.
Yeah, I actually initially was core engineering, so where I was using a bit of MATLAB. Then I shifted to life sciences after my master's in Sweden. So
Oh.
yeah, I did my PhD in Switzerland. So where I switched from engineering domain to like the life sciences domain as an interdisciplinary for automating microscopes and all. Initially, I used a lot of
Interesting.
MATLAB. Then,
Mm-hmm.
then the interdisciplinary people who are like basically computer science like basically programmers or biologists or some engineers like who work on the hardware like electron
Mm-hmm.
microscope. So then the programming is too tough because we cannot design prototypes. We have to design a full-fledged product to make the biologists to use it because they are very,
Right.
very not hands-on on computational and stuff. So they have to, um, it has to be a full-fledged package. So where I'm like not that much interested to design the whole package. So I stick to what my strengths are. And then it's been like for 8 years, I was like doing very simple C code and everything for Arduino chipsets and other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So now I'm slowly looking into it because of my interest in other things right now. I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't know whether I'm going to do extensive programming, but at least I want to understand and learn. So
So
I,
whatever we are learning with this, without even expanding your knowledge any further with respect to Python programming, you can actually do whatever someone does as a data scientist.
mm,
Maybe to become an AI engineer or an ML engineer,
mhm,
you need to learn a little more programming and algorithmic stuff.
yeah.
But to
So
become a data scientist, yeah.
yeah, as a signal processing program in masters that I did, um,
Mm-hmm.
we learned the whole concepts of optimizations, genetic algorithms and everything. It's just I did the programming just for finishing up the coursework, but I was not really hardcore programming at that time. But I know the whole concept behind it, how it works, the probabilities and everything. So just that
Okay.
implementing that knowledge into a program was not any days not was my interest at all. So, but it's
Okay.
coming to the point like I need to understand at least now I'm in a situation where I really don't do it, but I need to at least,
Mm.
troubleshoot, debug. If
Mm.
people design some things, then I have to do it. Sometimes if
Right.
no one's there to work, at least I have to go into the code and see and understand what they have written.
Right. Be able to read code.
Yeah. Yeah, because sometimes it's also boring for me, like to read the basics myself. Because
Yeah.
you don't know what is lambda, right? So suddenly I see a lambda. For me, it's coming like, in biophysics and physics, lambda is something totally different. It's a wavelength
Yes.
and so
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
surprised, like why did someone use lambda here, So
Yes. Yes. I
so
have that question too.
during the COVID, I attended some MIT Python program. Like I couldn't able to because they go a bit more naive, like interesting, like they create a web portal, they create some sort of programming environment, they create some sort of like animated things where we can program and then do it. But I feel like it's
Mm.
more thinking and algorithm thinking type of coursework, how to solve a problem than just trying to understand what the code is. So,
Mm-hmm. So those are two different aspects actually. Yeah.
yeah.
How to solve a problem through code is a different problem than
Mhm.
learning a programming language.
Right. Yeah.
Interesting.
And I like this. And then that coursework are also like 2 hours a week or 3 hours a week, and we never sit. So one week we can find a time, but another week we may not find a time. So
Yeah.
I was speaking to a couple of my friends and even my sister-in-law, she's also entering into data science. They were like, what?
Oh,
Really? Like, this is good because 2 days is a very good idea because you just block that 2 days and that's it, once for all done. And then
absolutely.
instead of like, spreading out into like 7, 8 weeks, it takes for, if you miss 2 or 2 other weeks, then you lose the motivation too.
Just yes, the motivation, right?
And then this weekend was good because Monday was a holiday, so
Yeah, yeah.
it's not like
But
we lost a weekend.
yes, 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 yes. So I'm already planning my next session, but this time until May we don't have a long weekend again per se. So Feb, March, and April, I'm thinking of using the mid-week weekend.
Mm.
Yeah, for
Mid of the
example,
month
like
weekend.
yeah, mid of the month weekend, sorry. Yeah. So Feb 15th and 16th.
Yeah,
And I
actually,
think
two people are
even
interested. So one is
okay.
a core biologist. So I work in NIH, National Institute of Health. So
Yes.
almost everyone is entering into ML and in life sciences. I specifically work with structural biology field, um,
Mhm.
which there is this, if you see this year's Nobel Prizes, four or three Nobel Prizes was given to machine learning.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
So, but they named it as chemistry. One is named it for science,
Mhm.
one is for physics. But all of them is basically who designed the ML initially, neural networks, and one got the Google Open Mind, right? Well, not the Open Mind, the AlphaFold. It's called AlphaFold.
Yes.
So there are like three young researchers who did it. They got the Nobel Prize.
Yeah.
So, if there is a Nobel Prize for machine learning and artificial intelligence, it's gonna kick on like crazy.
Yeah.
So, you are basically certifying it. A Nobel Prize to a particular topic is basically certifying it. This is the next step of human kind
Yes. Next
evolution.
big thing. Yeah.
It's a big thing, yeah. So, and then he has also when I told to him, he said like, "Oh, I should have known it, but let me know from next month when I will definitely want to join." So he uses ChatGPT to get all his Python code, but he doesn't know a lot of things and then he has to specifically ask the ChatGPT to explain each of things, and he
Okay.
said like it's becoming more tedious than designing his own program. So he said like
Yeah.
they will share it to me. Then he's also
Okay.
interested. He also join some.
Sure. Sure. All right.
Maybe Srini won't join, I think.
One more person and we are going. It's been an hour. But that's okay.
If at all that may concern you, I am here.
Oh yeah. Interesting. Okay. Then let us proceed further then. Okay, let me share my screen. We'll go back to this thing. What all we want? We want this thing, the code, the item, and the clock. This should do. Right, roger that. Here we will go to our schedule. Yes, let us hit it hard with the next topics. And there is an interesting thing about the person who just said hi now. Uh, and I will let you guys know about that after the sessions. All right. All is just the right. Okay, so by far we have seen, and before we have seen, we must start recording. We are continuing recording. Very good, beautiful. So now let us talk about something called as comprehensions. Okay, now let's talk about comprehensions. Comprehensions are for me, basically. For me means me, myself, because I am really lazy. I feel it to be really lazy to write all this as well. Okay. And hence, people who develop the language Python have come up with this concept of comprehensions. Comprehensions were not included until recently, which is about until 3.2 or 3.3 version of Python. Uh, I'm calling that recently because that is when I actually started programming with Python. Okay. So, yes. So, how do comprehensions work and how do they exist is the way they work internally is very common or very similar to that of a map. Okay. For example, we have a map here. Now, let us convert the same thing, very same thing into a comprehension. Okay, so this is our list, that is our random list. Now we want to create a double of each value, right, using this list and like using comprehension. So now whenever we say comprehension, let me first remove this part. Now, if we want to create a list comprehension, we have to know which collection that we want to create from the given data structure. From the given collection, which collection we want to create. Let us assume that we want to create a list comprehension. That is the most popular comprehension. Okay. Now, after writing these square brackets, I will write the for loop for iterating over these values inside these square brackets, like for I in random list. Okay. Now for I in random list, what do I want? I want the double of each I. Am I correct? And hence before for and after the bracket, I will write I star 2. And voila. Go here and execute. Got it? If I want to create a set from this, then all that I will do, voila. Since sets do not have any order, they are jumbled. Let's keep this list itself and let's keep this set. Which means your map and the lambda function reduced to a single line. So when it comes to comprehensions, everything, the key is in the syntactical sugar. Okay. The key is syntaxes. The only way to understand or implement comprehensions is to practice them. For other functions, you may understand the function the way you see it. But to understand comprehensions, you need to, what do you call, practice them more to be able to get the idea of a comprehension better. Let me rename this. Let me rename this to set this thing, and here we will do Got it? Now this is the what we have wrote, whatever we have written here, sorry, is the map equivalent comprehension, right?
Yeah.
Let us write now a filter equivalent comprehension. Okay, map and filter, right? What we'll do is let us comment these lines out and let us reuse these lines. Okay, and let us reuse the lines by saying random even list. Okay, which means what we want here. Okay, from this random list, for each iteration, I want the value from the random list like this, but I need to specify a condition, correct? When you are filtering things out, you need to specify a condition. And the condition you will mention after this for construct. Okay. Here I will say if I percentile 2 is equal to 0. Only if this condition is true, put the value of this I in this list. That is how we read it. Similarly, let us create, let's see, this is our set. All right, Control L, voila. Any questions?
Good.
To get the odd, what is the modification that we have to do in this comprehension?
Not equal to 0, right?
Simple, just the condition. And let us comment these two lines out. My bad. What we will do is for Srini, let us just copy, paste, copy, paste, and yes. Got it? We got the odd values here. We got the even values earlier and odd values here. Okay. Any questions, anyone?
No.
All right. And is there everyone back? Not sure. All right. Now for reduce, see, comprehensions are used to generate a new data structure from a given data structure. From a given data structure, we are constructing a new data structure. And hence, for that reason, we can use comprehensions. Now, if we want to use reduce, reduce doesn't generate a data structure. Rather, it generates a singular value. right? And
Yeah.
hence, there is no point in implementing reduce using comprehensions. The sole purpose will be lost. I mean, the whole purpose will be lost. Okay. Right. Now, let us look at the next aspect. We have created list comprehension and set comprehensions, right? But we have not created dictionary comprehensions or tuple comprehensions, correct? Our
Right.
next target is to first learn about dictionary comprehensions. Okay. Let us take the same. Okay, our random list is available openly, and here we have got our random even, right? No. What we will do is simple random double dictionary. Random double dictionary is what we want. Okay. What we will do is we will take this out. What is the bracket that we should use for a dictionary?
Round brackets, right?
No, curly braces.
Curly, curly.
Dictionary, yes, curly braces. Now,
Yes.
we want to create a dictionary. How we want to create a dictionary? For example, we have 234, 346, right? I want to have this 234 as the key of an element and the double of its value, 468, to be the
This is
value
the
of this
value of
element. Okay, that is how I want my dictionary, which means I want my dictionary as and so on for each element. Okay, then the other numbers are bigger. I'm not doing it, but you get the idea. So on. I want the value from the list as the key and its double as the value. Okay.
Okay.
What we will do is let us bring this here for visibility. And what we will say is just like for the list, for I in random list. Okay. Here I want things as key value pairs. Correct? My key is I, which is the value from the random list. And my value is I star 2. Got it? 234, 468, 346, 692, 3245, 6490.
Yeah.
You define your loop here, and how you want your values, you define them here before the for. Okay. Which takes us, come on, said, out of the dictionary
Basically, in this
comprehension.
comprehension, the I colon I multiplied by 2 is what indicating it into a dictionary, right?
No, that is defining the values of a dictionary, the elements of a dictionary. The brackets is what it is indicating. The brackets and this column are what telling
So, but
that
the
we
same
want a
brackets
dictionary.
can be used for the set, right?
Right.
But
And
the
hence
way
I
you are
said
asking for the values and the flower
column.
brackets combinedly,
Right. Yes. The way we are asking for the values and the brackets combinedly, they determine what data structure is the user expecting.
Okay. I think this is
Okay.
the strength of the Python, right? You
Right.
it will understand much easier. Okay.
As concisely and precisely as possible. These are called as idioms in Python. Idiomatic Python, in other words.
Okay.
All right. Yes. Now let us look into the next topic, the tuple comprehensions. Okay. Tuple comprehension should be relatively simpler. All we will do here is, we will do this. We will change the brackets to the tuple brackets. And what they are? Parenthesis. Am I correct? We will say here tuple. Shall we try and print the random tuple? Voila. We should be getting values like we did for the list, right? Instead, we got something else. What is it? So, yes, the tuple objects, whenever you write a comprehension on a tuple object, it creates or it returns something called as a generator. Okay, which means this has not been processed yet. It has created, oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, by looking at this syntax and these brackets, Python understood that, oh, okay, this fellow wants to create a data structure, but doesn't want to use it already. That is what it understands. So, which means it goes through something called as lazy evaluation. Which means the values from this data structure are, understand this term, generated when you try to fetch the values from the generator for I in random event tuple print I. Okay. Now let us look at this thing, and voila, we have got our values. Any questions there?
So can you repeat again why it throws some?
Okay.
Yeah.
When you send given parenthesis, okay, tuples are not modifiable. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So when you set a list, when you asked for a list, what it did internally, it created a list and then added one element at a time.
Yeah, which is not possible
On a tuple. And hence what it did, it instead created an object called as generator.
Okay.
Now, when you explicitly iterate over that object, that generator object, it is giving you one value at a time.
Okay.
But it is not, there is no indication that this is a tuple.
Right.
Because it is not a tuple. Unlike other data structures. Right? Now, the main reason or the main place where this stands out, what random list, if no, yes, main place where this stands out is you have a random list here, right? Using the list also, you can print one value at a time. For I in random list, sorry, random list 3, you can say print of I, right? Now, when you do this, from this list also, it is fetching one value at a time and printing it out. That is what this means. I will write the same code again. And what we will do is, let us run it again. Okay. It printed the values 2 times. 468 to 1092, 468 to 1092. Right? Which means I created the random list using the comprehension once and I have used it multiple times. Right?
Okay.
Let's try doing the same thing with a tuple where I have created a generator once. I'm using it once, right? Now this should give me the result, right?
Right.
Now I will run this twice. Okay. Now we'll see what will happen. We got it only once, even now. Okay. To reconfirm the same thing, let us do it 3 times. Still we got it only once. Which means the point to understand here is the generator objects generate values on the fly. Okay. So once all the values are generated, are exhausted, this generator object is now empty. There are no values in it. Hello?
Yeah. Got it.
It will not take duplicate something.
Nothing like that. It doesn't
Okay.
deal with those duplicates
Okay.
and all.
Right.
Yeah. Generator objects work only once. Now, the advantage with this is whenever you are working with large volumes of data, you can, the advantage, okay, since like even if you have a million items or maybe say a gazillion items in this list, in a older computer, you may not be able to generate and store all the list values. When you have, let us say, a billion values, in an older computer, you cannot hold all the billion values at once in your memory. But in case of a generator object, since the generator object does not realize all the values in the memory at once, this can run even on a age-old computer and generate one value at a time and give to the user. And once all the values from this generator are generated, the generator goes empty. Which means basically generators are memory efficient like crazy. Whenever you are dealing with large volumes of data, and whenever you know that you don't need that data after processing it for once, then always create a generator object and work on it. Any questions?
No.
All right. Which means we are done with generators, we can say. There is a way to create generators, create user-defined generators, but that is out of the scope for today's this thing because that might seem a little complex. And you don't need that really that much. Okay. Instead, you guys can take it up as an assignment and discuss it in the group. All right. Since the topic of group has arrived, I have shared a WhatsApp group link in the chat here. please copy and send those links to your mobile devices via an email or something like that, and then try to join into that WhatsApp group. Okay. Point one, I am trying to create, make this group for all the participants, whoever is going to join these workshops that I'm conducting in the future also, for all of you to, collaborate, discuss, and learn from each other. Okay. Right. With this, we are done with comprehensions and generators. Right? Now, this concept should be simpler. The next concept should be simpler for you guys, which is file handling. Okay. So far, we have written programs where, we wrote the programs and we executed them. As soon as we are out of the context, that data that we have created, which means since the execution of this program has been completed, this data is no more in our computer. What if we want to retain this data? Getting the point? Right. What if we want to retain the data? If we want to retain the data, we have to write the data to an external file. Okay. Right. File handling, writing data to external files is very simple compared to other programming languages in Python. All right. So all we have here, the formalities here are, we need to open the file, make the modifications, modify or just read, and close the file. Okay. Now, just as here, we have one function called as open to open the file, and one function to close the file called as close. Okay. Now coming to modifications. Even before modifications, let us talk about reading first. Coming to reading, we have three functions called as read, read line, and read lines. These are the three functions existing. Okay. After reading a file, the thing that we can do is write to the file. For writing, we have two functions, write and write lines. There is no write line, only write and write lines. Okay. Now, but to be able to do one of these operations, either of these operations or both the operations, we have to specify something called as mode of operation with which we want to handle a particular given file. The different modes of operations that we have are read, write, append, read plus, and write plus. Okay. We will look at each of those things in a bit. We are just laying out what all operations, what things we can do on files. All right. After this, let us say we have opened the file and read the file. Let us say, have you guys ever listened to, let's not go to the old age-old examples. We'll go to the current example itself. Let us say you guys listen to music on YouTube Music or YouTube or Spotify or somewhere, right? You guys are subscribed to some music. So whenever you play some music, let us say you want to listen a particular line or a particular stanza again. What do? You seek the cursor or the pointer back to some seconds or something like that, right? Similarly,
Right.
In files also, to move the file pointer from one location to another, we have seek method. Okay. This is all that we have like with respect to files. All right. So
Okay.
now let us, sorry. Someone trying to say something? Okay. Let us let us open a file. Now, since there are no files in the directory that I have, that I could use, let us say I want to create a, what do you call, random.txt file. Let us say we want to create random.txt file, right? That file is not existing in our directory here, correct? So what I will do is I will have to create this file. So using file handling in Python, how can we create a file? Okay, we can say fp, that's my variable name, file pointer is equal to open, okay, a file called as random.txt, right? But the file is not existing, right? And hence I will say open the file in write mode. Okay. Now this will open the file. When we run this program, that will open the file. So to check that, here, no, I need to share one more window. Just a second. Finder. Okay. Not this one, but I'll go to Google Drive, constructs of Python, and this thing. Okay. Let us have this to this side. Let us get to our IDE. Okay. When we say open this file with write mode, this will automatically create a file here. Okay. What we will do is yes. Now we want the terminal also. Yes. Let's have the terminal here. Are you guys able to see all three windows that we have?
Yes.
Right. Right. What we will do is we have opened the file, right? Now, always make sure whenever you are opening the file in this way, we have to ensure that we are closing the file too. Otherwise, the file can get corrupted. Okay. Now I'll run this program and it should create a file here. Got it? But it has nothing in it as of now. But the file is created. Okay. Now, since we have created the file, let us write something into the file. Okay. Now, how to write something into the file is using fp dot write and say okay. Now, what we will do is run this again and open this file. Got it? Any questions? All right. Now, after writing something to the file, I want to read whatever I have written in the file. Okay. So after writing this to the file, where is my file pointer now? It is at the end of the line, right? It started with the first character and wrote all the characters, and it is, sorry. And my current file pointer is here at the end of the line where my cursor is blinking, right? Now, to be able to read the file, first of all, I need to bring it back to the first starting of the line, right? How can we do that is by saying fp dot seek, okay? You have to say here where the target int, where you want to bring it to. If you pass 0, it means bring it to the first position in the file, okay? If you pass 2, it means bring it to the last position in the file. Okay. Let us remember these two things for now. And then see, if we run this program now, we don't know whether, since we are not reading anything from the file, we don't know whether the cursor has moved to here or not. Right? Let's confirm that. We have written the file, there is a text in it, but we don't know whether the cursor has really moved to the front or not. To know that, to realize or to understand that the file cursor has really moved to the starting of the file, what we have to do is fp dot read. Okay. Now, if I run this file now, do you think this will work or do you think this will throw an error? Hello? We have opened the file in write mode and we are trying to read here.
Oh,
This
yeah.
should
Not,
throw an error?
yeah, yes, I think so. Yes.
Not readable.
Presuming write and also read.
So to be able to do that, we have to say like, yeah, W plus. After writing, I may do anything that I want, which means I want to do write and more. Okay. Now
Do we
let
need to
us.
import any text files or do we need to write an import command to get
We did
text?
not write, right?
I'm just asking, okay. Because when I'm doing, I'm getting like a Python program. Like a looks like the symbol. So it's okay. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Like,
okay, fine, I can get that.
so do we need to touch something like in shell? We do touch, then we create something.
No, that's what, right? I'm telling you, when you
Yeah.
open a file with the W write mode, it should be able to create the file.
Okay. Okay. Sure. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So yeah, what we will do is let us run the file now and let us confirm whether validate whatever we have discussed so far, which means we are writing this line to the file and bringing the seeking the cursor back to the initial or the first position or the first character and then reading the whole file. The read function is used to read the whole contents of the file at once. Okay. And we need to print this, right? We print the file and then we'll close it. Let's confirm the same. Did we close the file? Any questions, anyone?
No.
All right. Now, talking about right lines, right? So, the right lines method takes an iterable of lines or an iterable of elements that will be written to the file. Which means what are we talking about is, let us do the same thing. But instead of write, what I will have here is I will create lines to write is equal to, okay, this is my first line, this is my first sentence in the file, and this is the second sentence in the file. And now these two lines will be written to the file when we say write lines of lines to write, which means from this list, it is taking one element at a time and writing it in the list. And each line will be written in a new line, obviously. Following? Now, when we say Control L, we need to read again, right? Yes. Here are the lines in our program. It has combined both the elements in the list and wrote it. Apparently, to make this a new line, we have to do it ourselves like this here. Or is there another attribute here? No, lines only. This \n character adds the new line character to the lines that we are writing. Now, if we run this, both the elements will be written into their individual lines. Any questions?
No.
This need not be list only. This can be a tuple also. Still, it will run. Lists, tuples, sets, anything will work. Dictionaries also will work, but we need to pass either keys or values. Dictionaries also will work, but here we need to mention as dot keys or dot values or dot items by using the methods like keys or dot values or dot items. Any questions with right lines or the modes W and W plus? All right.
So you mean like the bracket, the way we are declaring and everything, so we could also declare it as a set or something. Is that right?
Yes, yes, exactly.
Okay.
Okay. All is just the right. Now, since we have the file random text already created, let us try reading from the file, okay, with R mode. We don't need these lines to read. Okay. We are interested in directly. That is also bad. What we will do is file contents is equal to fp dot read. Okay. We have two lines in this file, and when we say fp.read or this variable dot read, it reads the whole contents of the file at once and prints it. Okay. Let us check what do we mean by that. Hey, we need to print it. File contents. You see, both the lines have been read at once and printed. Okay. When we say read line, sorry, it reads only one line at a time. Okay. Now we'll run this. You see, only one sentence has come out or one line has come out. Clear? Now, the third method, when you say read lines, okay, all the lines from this file will be readed as a list of lines, which means it will return, the read lines function will return the contents of the file as a list. How does it prepare the list? It prepares the list with one line as each element. Okay, which means here in this case, we will get a list of 2 lines. Let's confirm the same. This string from here till here is one line, and this string from here till here is the other line. Any questions?
No.
All right. Now, since we have read the lines and contents, now I want to add one more line to this file. What do you think will happen if I say fp dot write of this is the third line? What do you think will happen when we run this now? It has read the contents and printed the contents, okay, with this line. And then it has got this line, fp.write. Will this work or not? Hello, people.
So, but
We
why?
have opened the file in R mode.
Right?
We've read the contents, printed the contents, and trying to write here. Should this work or not?
It should not because you're open in read mode, right?
Absolutely not writable. Right? Now, to be able to write, can someone guess what modification should we make here?
We should do R plus.
Spot on.
So we can do W plus or R plus more or less can
Yes.
do.
After writing this, what we will do is let us seek it back to understand, to check if we have got it. Let's take it back to 0 and repeat these steps again. Okay. We have got all the 3 lines now. Okay. Okay, nice, very nice. So when we have a file and it has some contents in it, by opening it with R plus mode, makes the file open and puts the cursor at the first character. And when you write something now, this gets replaced with whatever you try to write. For example, let us say we are not doing read lines here. We have opened it in R plus mode,
Okay.
right? Now we are trying to write to the file.
Okay.
What do you think will happen?
Because it's R plus, it will write the line
Mm-hmm.
and then it will go to 0 and then read all the lines and then should print. Should print the same thing as before.
Okay. Since you said we should be printing the same thing as before, I'll not clear the contents of this thing and I don't think we need this anymore. So what I will do is, yes. Okay.
Let's see.
And here, let us try running and check. Are the contents here same as the contents here? Observe
So
care,
basically, not, yeah,
which means this line
as
is
replaced because
written
Mhm.
exactly
we didn't tell the position where it need to write.
right.
Mm.
Which means if one mistake and your file's contents are replaced,
Mm.
right? So is there a way to make sure that whenever you want to append something to the file, you directly open the file and write something to it, but it only appends at the end of the file? Is there a way to tell that?
I mean, in this in this previous example, when you're reading the line, it went all the way to the end already. So that's how you do it. But you're asking to, is there a way to
Yes.
specifically send, right?
Right. I don't want to do the read, but directly write at the end of the file.
Okay, okay. Yeah, no idea.
And comes to the rescue, append mode,
Mm-hmm.
directly A. Now here I will say A, and this is the, to avoid any confusion, because these are my file contents now,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Now I want to add one more line here. Okay. What I will say is, as soon as you open the file in the append mode, it opens and the cursor will directly be pointing here at the end of this file. And then
Okay.
whatever you try to write now will be written from here. Since we are starting it with a new line character, from here it will jump to the new line and then write this line called as this is the next line. Which means every time you run this, it only adds this line to the end of this file again and again, depending on the number of times you run it. Okay, let's confirm that. Sorry. In append mode, you cannot read. What is this?
A plus.
My bad.
You can write A plus.
We'll see.
Okay.
I don't think we can. Okay, but now here we have got it. Two next lines. I'll run this program again and let us observe one more line will be added here. I'll run the program again, one more line. I'll run the program again, one more line. Run the program, run the program, run the program. Okay. Now let us try the A plus.
And then add the read.
fp dot seek of 0 and print of fp dot read. The basic read method also should do if it works. But before that, let's get here. Yeah. It wrote the line first and then read everything and printed.
So it did work.
So R plus, W plus, A plus.
Yeah. Okay.
With this, we can call it that we have, no, sorry, my bad. Now again, for the lazy ones in the room, which I am, always opening the file and closing the file again and again is a hassle for person like me. For that reason, we have something called as context managers in Python. Okay. Now, what is a context manager? There is a keyword in Python called as with. With is a keyword in Python that handles the context. Okay, how this is used is we'll write the keyword with, write a space, and then open the file. Okay, we have opened the file. Now we want this file pointer, correct? That we will mention as with open the file as we will say our file pointer here. Okay, so far understood. Now what I will do is simple these 3 steps, copy paste. Now what the with keyword does is it will open the file and have a alias to the file pointer as fp, and here we make our whatever we want to do with the file, we do it here, and we just, as soon as the cursor or the control comes out of this block, the with command ensures that the file is closed. We don't have to take care of that. How can we ensure that the file is closed? We can check with the variable saying print fp dot is close. No, is it not there? There must be a method called as fp dot is close. What is this? Let's run it here. Yes. fp.closed it is my bad. It returns true. We don't have to write close again and again. I mean, there is no, yeah, you don't have to write the file pointer dot close, and the with command takes care of that. And hence with is called as context manager.
Okay.
Any questions? If no questions, then voila, we are done with file handling also. Okay, now it is object-oriented programming. And before I eat your brains with this concept, shall we take a quick 15-minute break? It's 3:40 now. Regroup at 4 and wrap these two monsters out.
Yeah. I mean, that's the major. Okay, sure.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Regroup at 4, guys. Thank you.
But Venkat is
Resume. Sorry?
I'm looking for Venkat. He's a smart.
Okay.
He's focusing more, right?
Yeah.
I do not waste your energy. If someone is focusing, that's good. I mean, I'm focusing kind of back and forth. I'm learning things, so I'm good.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Okay, well, great. Okay.
Yeah, let us proceed further. Right. Yes. Let us comment all this out. And yep. Clear this stuff. Is Venkat also back?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah, great. Okay, fine. So do you guys understand the philosophy behind object-oriented programming? Okay, just like in just like functions, the concept of objects and or object-oriented programming is talks about the different style of programming. Okay, the way you perceive the simulation. Okay, at the end of the day, what you want to do with programming is what you call automate or simulate real-time tasks, right? You want your programs to help you in real time, which means we want to automate tasks uh, in real time, the real time tasks that we actually perform. Let us take, for example, an automated teller machine. So there is this some guy who is interested in software development who once went to a bank and saw what a teller is doing. Okay. All that he observed was a teller is having different denominations of notes with him. He's calculating the denominations of notes and bills and bringing them with him. And when someone is presenting with a document again, he is right. Okay, when someone is presenting a document, he's collecting the document. He's having some bills and he's collecting a document. After collecting the document, he is performing certain actions. Right? What are the actions? Check the, check for the balance available in the, what do you call, the person that has arrived to him. Right? He's checking for the balance available in his bank account. And then if there is sufficient amount existing in his bank account. He is drawing money from his bills that he has brought and giving to that customer, right? Which means someone who observed this particular pattern decided to create a simulation of the teller. Okay, a software idea or a software entity of the teller. And then he came with this thought like, okay, tellers are someone who takes care of the attributes. What attributes? The collection of the bills that they keep with them and takes care of some actions like giving money, or I mean checking the customer's bank account if he has sufficient balance or not. If he is having sufficient balance, giving him the money. Someone observed this, and then, okay, how about looking at anything that way? Like looking at solutions to the real-time problems from an object-oriented perspective. All right. For example, let us say someone saw a calculator. Okay. What they observed? They observed that calculator has a physical dimension. Okay. Like it has some length, it has some width, it has some what do you call depth to it. And they observed like there are some buttons available on the calculator and an area for display on the calculator. Right. So these are the like attributes they found on the calculator. Nice, beautiful. Okay. After finding these attributes, they also observed that the calculators have certain functions to perform, like additions, subtractions, multiplications, divisions, etc. Right? And hence, this thing came up. Isn't it a close twin of a physical calculator? It sure does not have a depth here, but we don't need one also. Rest all we have. We have a length, we have a width, we have the buttons, and we have the display area. Right? Those are all the attributes. And we have additions, like subtractions, multiplications, divisions, and other calculations, functions to this object. Okay. Which means we have the dimensions to an object and the functions the object can has to perform.
Sure.
All right. Now, let us say we have like calculator object on my screen and calculator object on your screen. Okay. Are these both calculators the same?
Can you repeat
They
again?
sure. Okay. Yeah, I have a calculator on my computer on my screen, and you have one calculator on your computer on your screen.
Okay.
Okay. When I make some operations or changes here, are these changes happening on your screen calculator?
No.
I mean,
No.
whatever that you have in your computer.
I think you are sharing. Are you sharing something like a calculator or something?
No. He's
Ah,
asking a question like if any changes, right? On
No,
this
no,
calculator.
no.
So it's
Mouse is
yeah.
nothing
moving, so I was thinking
regular.
like it's showing some calculator.
No.
Yeah. I am actually trying to show also, my bad. Okay. Right. Dun, 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 dun. Item. This is my VS Code. And this is my, are you able to see my calculator now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Now I am pressing and making some modifications on this calculator. So are these modifications coming to your calculator,
No.
happening in your calculator? No, right?
No. No.
But if as long as you are using the same Mac OS computer, the code or the class behind these calculators on my computer and your computer is just the same thing, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
So that is the idea they wanted to bring to programming.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Okay.
right? Where
Yeah.
again at the end of that I told you anything after what do you call data types and if else conditions, anything that we do is for reducing writing the code and is for increasing reusability. And hence, just like similar to much like functions, we can create something called as class. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the class, we will create something called as a calculator class. Okay, class, and we will say class name. Okay. Now, this class name, okay. Now, this class is not capable of doing anything until and unless we create an object to this class. Just like functions, by having a function definition like this, it is of no use, right? Unless and until we call this function by saying my func, the function doesn't get actually executed. Am I correct?
Yes.
Similarly, we have to make an object to this class to make use of this class. And now when you try to print the type of my calci, my bad, yeah. When you run this, it will say it is an object of the class calculator. Got it? Now, any questions until this part? Forget about the underscore main. That is just Python's convention of understanding that we are talking about the calculator class in this file.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
It's like
that's the
main
magic
class.
variable. We don't have to worry about it. But the idea is my class, my calci, is an object of calculator class that is existing in my file,
Okay.
constructs of .py. Okay. Now let us make changes to our calculator. We call, okay, whenever we create a calculator, we want to tell that it has certain size and shape, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, to be able to do so, as soon as we create a calculator, we want it to have certain dimensions. To be able to do so, we have to make use of a magic method called as init. Okay. Now, init, for every or any method that you are creating in a class, the first parameter must be something called as self. Okay, which means let us say I'm creating another method called as define add. Here also the first parameter, the default parameter must be self. Self is not a keyword in Python. You can have Python also, but the first parameter is the name for the first parameter must be common across all the functions that you are going to create in that particular class. Okay, what is the use of this? We will discuss that
Okay.
in a bit.
But as a practice, people have all use self.
Right. That is the convention that Python developers have agreed upon or has agreed upon. Okay. By convention, it is self. Now, what I will say here is, I will pass in the length of the calculator, breadth of the calculator as another attribute, and the color of the calculator of as another attribute. Okay. And here I will write self dot a is equal to, self dot length is equal to L, self dot breadth is equal to B, and self dot color is equal to C. Okay. All right. Even this method can accept two values, arg1 and arg2. What this will do is print using print in this thing is a bad way, but we will learn about it. What we will do here is self dot arg1 is equal to arg1 and self dot arg2 is equal to arg2. What we will do here also again is move these two to this line itself and arg1, arg2. Okay, we pass all these values here. And here what we will do is just return self dot arg1 plus self dot arg2. All right, this is our class now. Now what we have to do here is whenever we are creating an object to this class, we should pass values or arguments to these parameters. Okay, these are mandatory or positional parameters that this class is expecting. Okay, we will see how to understand, make sense of all that we are doing here. Okay, let us pass length as 10, breadth as 5, color say black. That's the color I want. Okay, and one value arg1 is 10 and arg2 is 15. This is one calculator. Now this is my another calculator where this is a bigger calculator. I have this 20, I have this 15. The color of this is orange, and this value is 100, and this value is 34. Okay. So these are my two objects of calculator class. Clear until so far? If yes, now you have heard the concept of constructor, right? What have you heard of the concept of constructor? Okay.
No.
If not,
But
also not an issue. Okay. Why are we calling this a magic method? Why is because if you observe here, we are not explicitly calling this init function. whenever we are creating an object and passing parameters to this or arguments to this class, okay, Python automatically calls this function internally and assigns the values here in this way. Okay, clear until this part? Right. Which means the length, the first value that we have passed is being assigned to L and L is being assigned to self dot length. Right?
Right.
Now, here we are creating one calculator object. Here we are creating another calculator object. How does Python identify, okay, that these two calculator objects are different? By using the self keyword. Imagine as if wherever you have self, that self is being replaced with this object's name internally. And hence it learns, okay, whenever we say mycalc dot add this object understands that, okay, the add function is taking mycalc dot 1 dot arg1 plus mycalc 1 dot arg2. That is the meaning of this.
Okay.
Now when we go and execute this, we should get 10 plus 15, 25 printed. Similarly, when we do mycalc2 dot add, we get 134 printed. The class is existing just once, but we are reusing the class multiple times here by creating multiple objects to this class. Though the class is common, the objects are independent of each other. Am I correct? Any questions here?
Instead of add, can we do average, the second one, and see?
You need to have a different function over here.
Oh, okay. That's fine. That's fine. I was just curious. Okay, and I understood your concept. I understood basically. No, it makes sense to me.
ACT and then divided by 2, right? And then instead of the, yeah. So the average can also be used for calc1 too, right?
Yes, if you want to.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to have variables to be, some variables to be common across all your objects. For example, I want to have a calculator of a definite size. Length is 10 and breadth is equal to 15. That is bad. We'll make it 15, this one 10. Okay. And then I will not pass these two variables. And I will get rid of these two values also. And I'll not pass these two arguments here either. Right? So when we run this, it should again print 25 and 67. Correct?
Yeah.
Printed. Any question? Now I will print, let us print the length and breadths of each calculator object that we have created. Okay, print my cal c1 dot length and the 2 dot length. Got it? We are setting these attributes just once, but changing, but using for all other objects, which means such variables are called as class variables,
Okay.
which means they stay common across all the all the objects made for this class.
So the print my calc2 dot average, right? So that one is basically looking for self.arg1 plus self.arg2, right?
Mhm, mhm.
And those two numbers are 15 and 10, no?
For my cal c1, yes, that's what we are defining here, right?
Uh-huh.
We are
Oh,
assigning
okay,
the
okay, okay.
value that has come as arg1 to self.arg1,
Yeah.
and whatever value that came to arg2,
Then previously you have written two numbers before the orange and black.
those were length and breadth. I was passing those values also, but here I made my calculator
Oh, you
size
removed that
to be
L and
constant.
B. You
Yeah.
removed the L and
Yes.
B there.
Yeah,
Okay.
you removed. Yeah, yeah. And why we need to give this color? Is it mandatory or is it an optional like
No,
black?
no,
And
it's
Just
complete. It's
one
just
more.
for, I'm just curious. No, no, you don't need to remove it. I'm just curious. So, okay.
just
Okay.
making sure that you can pass a string also here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
A string, numbers, whatever you want, you can pass.
Mm.
As long as, depending on how are you treating those values, you will be passing this thing.
Oh, okay. But you declared length and breadth, but we didn't do any calculations in the definitions with the length and breadth. But you just want to
No,
we just showed printed, right?
yeah, we just printed them. We just, what do you call, established that variables like
Variable
this are
is
going to be common across all the objects.
all objects.
Again, code reusability. If you are sure that all your objects to a particular class will share certain properties,
You can
declare them as class variables.
okay.
That is the idea behind it.
Mhm.
Which means, in the concept of object-oriented programming, people say that there are 5 concepts to be discussed about, where the first one is class, second one is objects, third one is encapsulation, fourth one is inheritance, and fifth one is
Polymorphism.
polymorphism. And with this example here, we have already knocked down classes, objects, and encapsulation. How did we knock down encapsulation? By understanding the self parameter. Encapsulation means the self parameter is the parameter that is binding these values with this object.
Okay.
Okay. And similarly, these values with this object. Any questions, anybody?
No.
All right. Now coming to inheritance. What we will inherit? What we will inherit? Okay. Let us create a scientific calculator. Okay. Class calculator. Okay. Now, this is a calculator that I want to, what do you call, look like quite similar to my regular calculator itself. And I want this functionality also from my regular calculator. Okay. For that purpose, what I will do is I will simply extend the scientific calculator with my regular calculator in this way. You define your class name, and in the parenthesis right next to it, okay, you say what class you want to inherit from. Okay. Now, by default, since I'm inheriting this class, all these members and methods, these functions in a class are called as methods, and variables in a class are called as members. Okay. By inheriting this class, I get all these members and methods into my subclass. This is the subclass, this is the superclass. Am I correct?
Can you repeat again?
Okay. So this class, the scientific calculator, is inheriting from the calculator class,
Right. Yeah.
which means this class, the scientific calculator class, is the subclass, and calculator class is the superclass,
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you're inheriting
right?
from the other one. Okay.
Right. So in this class, I have nothing but a pass function. I'm not defining anything. But since I am inheriting this calculator class, all members, also called as variables in a class, and all methods, also called as functions in a class, okay, are inherited by this scientific calculator class. Which means my scicalc is equal to scientific calculator, and I can pass the colors. What do you call? Dun, 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 dun. Color, let us say brown, comma. You see, it is already prompting. What can I pass? 10, comma 20. Okay.
Yeah.
And now let us do my scicalc dot length. I did not set the length attribute for scientific calculator, right? I set it only for calculator. Observing that, but I will choose and print my board. What we will do is, let us comment this out and run. You see, my scientific calculator dot length is also set to be 15, since my subclass is inheriting from the superclass. And average of 10 and 20 is 15. I'm not defining anything in the scientific calculator class, but it is able to. Any questions?
No.
All right. Now, when it comes to inheritance, there is no concept like multiple inheritance, multi-inheritance, blah, 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 like other programming languages. All kinds of inheritances are possible, which means my class can inherit from class 1, class 2, and so on until class n. All this is possible, and all the class methods will be coming into my class. And any other combinations are also possible. Like people say multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, and hybrid inheritance, hierarchical inheritance, etc. Right? So everything is possible with classes in Python
Okay.
when it comes to inheritance. Okay. And hence, let us hit with this itself the concept of polymorphism.
So in this scientific calculator one, so then you can also add the new features to it, right? Other
That is
than
what we'll be doing now.
okay.
Okay. Now, what we will do is the first thing is to make a copy of this function. Okay, because I want my scientific calculator to have more number of keys. So which means I want to create a scientific calculator with the number of keys that I choose it to have. Okay, I'll start it with define dunder init. So double underscore has a short form called as dunder. Okay, since scientific calculator is also a class, nevertheless, the first parameter is self, and then I will take my number of keys as well, this thing, and then create the other parameters, color, arg1, arg2, right? Here I will set self dot number of keys is equal to number of keys, and the remaining values I will call super dot dunder init of this is how we call the super classes function that is existing with the same name. This function here is overwriting this function, but to be able to call this function, you use the super keyword and write this. Any questions here?
Can you explain the third line, the super again?
Okay. So you have, okay.
So
Without that function here, you already have calculator classes init function here, right? Because you have inherited that.
yes.
But by writing this function here, we are actually copying that method. I mean, making a, what do you call, overriding that super classes method, right?
Okay, yeah.
This takes precedence. Now, but still, even after overriding, if you want to access the method, the overridden method of the superclass,
Oh,
then you
that's what
use this super function and then call this method and pass the arguments whatever the superclass is expecting. Okay.
Okay, so when you're typing it, that underscore init underscore, sometimes it autofills, but it didn't do here, right? Because it's asking us to write.
Yeah, here also it autofilled if I'm not wrong.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, if you select that recommended one.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We have to do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Now let us enhance the capacity of our scientific calculator with another method. Since we are talking about scientific calculator, let us import a function. From math, import square root. Define get sqrt of the product of getting too big, right? Of args. Okay. Again, here also the first parameter is the same. And here this will return sqrt of self dot arg1 into self dot arg2. One value should be enough, and hence I'm making the product of these two arguments that I'm passing and taking the square root of the whole value. Okay. Now you see this is throwing an error. It is asking us to pass number of keys as the first argument. I want to have 105 keys on this in this calculator. Let's get the average also. Okay. Let's run. 10 into 20 is 200. Square root of 200 is square root of 100 into square root of 2. 1.414 into 10. 14.1421. Got it? Which means the superclasses method average is also existing at the same time with the classes specific method as well, along with this method. Any questions, anybody?
I don't know why I'm getting error on the line 36 for me.
So the square root is defined. Is it imported or defined somewhere?
It is imported.
Imported.
Imported. Where is that import line? Import. Yes, it is somewhere here.
Oh, the math. Okay, you wrote it already in the top of the. Got it. Yeah, that's the error for me. But
Okay. Excuse me. Any more questions?
No.
Any more questions? All right. Which means we have knocked even polymorphism down. Okay. With that being said, let us venture ourselves into exception handling.
But you want to add that from thing in the beginning, right? Just that's why you added it. But you could add it somewhere here as
Yeah, I
well.
could add. I added here itself actually. In fact, when I formatted my code with the command, I like for Windows users, I mean for Mac users, to format your code well uh,
Mm.
using VS Code, there is a shortcut called as Shift Option F. Let us say I am writing from math import seal here. Okay. When I press Shift Option F, it will directly go to the top of, I mean, the first line of execution in this program. Okay. Let us check. Control Option F. You see, it's
Yeah.
gone here.
Mm-hmm. It's yeah, for me it's asking me to tell some in the Visual Studio.
Code formatter
Yeah, code format. But it's
called as
mainly the
PyLinter.
Python indent.
Yeah, it's yeah, Python linter it's called as.
Python what?
Linter, Linter.
Uh-huh, okay. Yeah, okay.
All right. Any more questions? Any questions?
No.
All right. If no questions, then let us venture into exception handling. Now, what do you think is exception handling? Let us
So
bring back, yes,
Error handling.
yes,
error.
beautiful. Why do we have to handle errors?
In case of any errors, we can fix it, right?
I think
Even without handling errors, like in this situation also,
Mm-hmm.
we are
so
opening with
basically
append mode. Yeah.
sometimes if the if there is like a sequential of steps happening, right? And then if somewhere if the code is wrong and it breaks,
Mm-hmm.
it will skip everything and then closes. So is there a
Exits out of the program, basically.
okay. Yeah. So instead of exiting it, we could actually put it in a error handling so that it can finish the rest of the process.
Right.
Right? Something like that. Okay.
Exactly. So here we have discussed that if it finds an error here, the fp.close will not execute, thereby leading to the corruption of this file. Because as soon as it hits an error, it exits from the program without even closing it. But
Mhm.
whenever, if that happens in real time in the industry, let us say you have opened a very large file and read somewhere and you went through an error somewhere and then it exited right away and the file is left open by you. Now someone else tries to access that file and immediately it gets corrupted, right? Do you think that will be a good thing in the work area?
You want to put like this, Gautam, correct me. It's not other person reading, but the same file. If you're reading like you're reading and writing like a million records, out of this probably 1,000 records are errors. Rest all seems to be good, right? So you want to, that errors need to be handled separately, and the rest, whatever is there, it can be loaded. This is what you mean to say?
Yeah, that is one use case. Yes, definitely.
Okay.
You can think so. As soon as you see an error, instead of crashing the system, you
Tracking
could
them
take
and
care of those errors
right,
separately, but process the remaining contents of the file.
right.
For that reason, we have exception handling. Okay. Now, how to do exception handling? We use something called as try and except blocks. Okay. Now, whichever code you think is going to can possibly throw an error, that code you write in this block. How do you write? For my case here, this is the code I think that can throw error, not this line. This can never throw an error as long as the file is open. Okay. This is the code that I think that could throw an error. What I will do is I will write this code under the try block. Okay. And here I will say except exception. This is the exception class. As you have to create an alias to that. I am creating an alias E, and I will simply print my E, my error message. Whatever you do here is the secondary thing. How you handle your errors is the concept here. But right after seeing the error here, before even crashing the program, before even closing the program, it will come to the exception area and print the error. That is what this does. Okay. After handling your exceptions, you must always close your this thing, right? You must always perform certain operations that will not, or that will prevent further corruption of anything. And for that, we have something called as finally. Which means even if this code comes up with an error, it will print the error, but definitely will close the file to prevent further corruption of the file. Okay. Let us check.
So you, in this case, you're putting fp.close in the end just so that if any error happens, you should close this, correct?
Exactly. Irrespective of error occurring here, always close the file.
Okay.
That is the idea. Okay. This is how we accept errors. Now here, we can also handle errors like e.args. This will also print the arguments of the error. The argument of the error is only not readable here, and hence we are getting that printed directly when we said this thing. Now, what are the different errors that we could produce? Okay, let us say we want to read a non-existing file, random file.txt. This is not existing in this location, right? There is no random file.txt. There is only random.txt. Now, this should throw an error, right? Without an exception, let us see, let us bring this out of this and also this. Okay. Right. When we run this file, it is throwing all this, right?
Yeah.
While new to programming, it might sound a little gibberish and not able to understand, baffle us or confuse us, whatever you think. But here, using the exception handling, we can say, okay, this is a file not found error. Now, we can handle this situation intelligently using the exceptional handling, like saying, I can say except file not found error as FNFE and then say print. This means that file is not existing, correct? I will write a more readable message saying print, please check the file name. We've got this. Please check the file name. This scenario we don't need. Finally. So by mentioning the specific error class, we can, what do you call, make the errors more readable for the user or the maintainer.
But if it is reading, how did it close?
It did not close. It cannot close.
Oh, it's not closing it. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Because it
is
did
that
not even
okay
read the
in
file.
this example? Is that okay? The file is still open.
No, the file did not even open. This line itself has through
Oh,
an
yeah,
error.
yeah, yeah, because
Has through an error.
got it, got it. Because there is no such file.
Right. So whatever errors we know of, we can handle them this way. Specifically, okay, if it gets file not found error, throw me this print message. But if it throws any other error, generic exception, you just print the error itself.
Mhm.
This is how you can have single try block together with multiple except blocks. A single try block can have a single finally block. Even without finally block also you can write the try and except code. Finally block is not mandatory, but whenever you write try, you must write an except. That is mandatory. And one try block can have multiple except blocks. Any questions? And the exceptions are also classes in Python. Meaning you can create your own exception classes, saying this way, class my exception inherits the exception class, and define your own exceptions and exception methods, etc. here. I've seen organizations doing quite rarely this, but this is possible in Python. It is possible in Java also, if I'm not wrong, in what I know about Java.
Okay.
Any questions on objects, classes, objects, and object-oriented programming and exception handling? With that, I think we can call it a day.
Hooray!
Really, yeah,
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. It's not easy. Thank you.
no problem. And as I have shared the links with you for the WhatsApp group,
Please.
yeah, I have shared it in the chat.
So
Are you
just
guys
if
able to
I
see that?
like yesterday, my guru told me if tutor spends 12 hours, the student need to spend 36 hours, like more than that. Then if not,
Yeah,
there is no use. So,
okay.
we need to spend more time. That is a, um,
Yeah, it's
kind of thing. Yeah. But this is a good one. Thank you. This really helps.
thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. No problem.
And others also, please practice. I think Sandilia, Harita, there are many people.
Yeah, I have shared this link also with you all. If you could drop a feedback here, it would be really helpful.
Sure. But
Thank
yesterday,
you.
this is the same one you trained, you sent something else.
Yeah, no, this is my website. I added this page to my website,
Right, right.
and the same link I have shared.
Okay. Because the price what you sent yesterday, not yesterday, like week back, there is a different thing. Sorry, I think I did not check properly. My bad.
Yes. So that is that price is actually introductory this thing price. So since this is the first time I'm doing the workshop, and I want people to experience how it is like, I have started with that price. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you're showing something else now. So that is what I was not sure. So which one I have to
Yes.
pay? Okay.
Yes. I agree.
So
Thank you.
Yeah, no
I
problem.
I quickly tried this file exception in the last step.
Mhm.
Um,
And the jump, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you so much, guys.
yeah,
No
Thank you.
problem.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Bye.
it'll be like I'll share this.
You want to share your screen?
Gautam, you're going to share the video and your text pad, please.
The assignments, yes, I will be sharing videos. I'm still thinking
Okay,
of it.
whichever.
I will
Yeah,
be
yeah,
sharing.
sure. Yeah, you take your own time. No issues. Thank you. Bye. Take care.
No problem. Thank you. Yeah,
Nice.
bye-bye.
So
Yes, yeah.
when I run this, it says not writable. It's not showing, it's not going to here.
Which means the file is already existing. You need to change the file name.
Oh, okay. That's what, because this one is already, I already ran it and then it's
Yes,
there.
it's already existing in your computer.
Oh, okay. Test.
Yeah.
Right.
And the one thing I want to share about the other guy, Sandilia, here is he's joining from India. He is in India as of now.
Oh, nice.
And way too late for him, and still he's there here.
9. Yeah, it's too late. Yeah, it's a different time zone.
Yes, altogether.
Yeah, most of the times we do the courseworks. I mean, I hear people here like instructors from India teaching it. So,
Yes,
so it's a different timetables, and it's actually tough for us. But having somebody local actually helps us a better.
definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Nice lecture.
Congratulations to Sandalia and congratulations everyone. Looks like only
Three
three
of
of
us.
us are left. Yeah. All right.
Okay, I'll be in touch. Thank you. Bye.